come and clarify, if you are able to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, the county assembly's case revolves around the family of the governor. It's our evidence, and we will adduce enough evidence to show that the governor, his wife, and his children have played such a pivotal role in the degradation of governance in the county government, in the misappropriation of public funds, in breaking down of structures of governance, and that they have ruled this in an ad hoc manner. They have ruled the county of Wajir in an ad hoc manner, outside the constitutional architecture of governance. In that process, their presence is indispensable. Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, a trial that does not call the First Lady cannot ventilate properly the issues we are raising in this. She is the epicenter. She is the eye of the storm. She is the foundation of the issues that was raised both in the petition and in the witness statements here. So, the daughters and the sons that are of very pivotal importance in this matter. You have the powers, Mr. Chairman. It will not take a lot of time to summon them, and so let us have.
It's good. You have said daughter and son, so we should tell us B is daughter, C is son, so that we.
Yes, A is the First Lady.
Yes.
B is the son. C is the daughter. D is a man whose fingerprints appear in every transaction that the county government of Wajir has done. He owns so many companies. He has won so many contractors. He has been awarded so much money that Mr. Osman Abdi Jemale must, in my humble submission, be summoned here. He's a treasure trove of evidence. There is not one company, Mr. Chairman, who was not awarded contract that his name doesn't appear.
Are those companies part of the
Yes, they're part of our evidence. We are putting the CR12 as part of our annexures.
Okay.
So we have laid the basis.
We have a bundle of documents. If you can just point that the connection is in bundle C, just for.
Yes, they are attached to the.
Just make reference to the bundle.
Yes, yes.
Where we get those CR12.
Yes, they are attached to the evidence, to the witness statement of Mr. Shoaib. Mr. Shoaib is our second witness, yes, witness number 2. He is the representative of Diff Ward, and his affidavit has all the annexes. This one? Oh, okay. Yes, and I think, according to your record...
You'll bear with us, you know you brought boxes of documents, so
yes,
we are trying to
trace... CS7.
CS7, eh?
Yes.
I have the document, so you can refer to the pages where there are CR. I can see from, if we move together,
yes, sir. Mr. Chairman,
from page 34.
Mr. Chairman, can my learned friend Hanan show you the pages?
Okay.
Yes.
Council, you can just point us the page.
Chair, my apologies, I'm reaching the page.
Speak to the mic, Council.
Honorable Chair, it appears at page 38. In support of the witness, page 38, correct.
Okay, that's Luri General Contractors?
That is Lely General Contractors Company Limited.
Okay.
And then it also appeared at page 39.
Page
that is Dio.
That is the Ohio Construction and General Supplies.
Correct. And it also appears at page 40.
And then at page 40, that is Lisle and General Merchants.
Correct, Chair.
Any other?
Chair, we've also made reference to it on the affidavit and witness statement of Honorable Abdullahi Ishaq, the mover of the motion.
Okay. Sorry, I know the documents are many, but is there, can you pinpoint maybe where they were awarded contracts? Is it also here?
Chairman, if you will allow me with your very kind permission to interject. This is one of the depositions that we wish to take up a preliminary issue on. And it is prejudicial to the governor at this juncture for substantive material, such as an allegation of award of contracts or any microscopic examination of a CR-12 to go on record.
We are not taking any details. We just want to see the basis upon which this request is being made. We are not making any determination at this stage at all. Yeah. So, Council, is there any page you want us to look at?
That's it, Chair.
Is there any?
No.
None. Okay, so Council, Senior Council, you are done?
Yes, for that point of summoning the witnesses, we are done. I'm guided by you whether I should add or reply or join with my learned friend when he's taking the more substantive objections here.
Can you conclude on the request for further affidavit and annex?
Yes, Your Honor, on the further affidavit, my humble submission is that we are not raising any new evidence. What we are doing is that we inadvertently misplaced some annexatures to that affidavit. We are not bringing new evidence, so it's just an issue of annexing this new document. I have looked at your rules.
So that the record is clear, which affidavit are you talking about? Is it the same C7?
Yes, that one of Shuaib. We forgot some documents on that. Shuaib Barre Ahmed.
You are referring to the affidavit of Barre Ahmed, CS7.
Yes. Yes, so if you look at that statement, Mr. Chairman, you will see from page 1, to page 21, page 1 to 21.
1 to?
Yes.
Page 1?
1 to 21.
Okay,
yes.
I'm with you. Yes.
Yes, there are certain bank statements, transactions that are there. So within those bank statements, there are certain documents or certain pages we forgot. We forgot. And if you look at paragraph 26 of the witness statement itself, paragraph 21, are you there, Mr. Chairman? Paragraph 26 of the witness statement, we say annex here to unmarked SBA 1 are the following documents, and they run from A to L. Unfortunately, we forgot a very critical annexature, that is A. Yes, a copy of Mrs. Khaira Umar's statement account for the year. This one is very crucial. It shows you a lot of evidence on how kickbacks were paid, how money was received, the nexus between that company. We were talking about the companies by that witness, the transactions. Then, Your Honor, what we will do for ease of reference is that we did a chart like this, which gives you, you know, the movement of the money from what account to which account, from what company to which company, and how it all ended up in the banks of Mrs. Khaira Umar Malim.
So the application, if I hear you right, is that you inadvertently forgot to include Annexure A.
Annexure A, yes.
Okay, that's
Yes,
it. Okay,
yes.
that's clear.
Yes.
That's all?
Yes, that's all. And we have it here. My learned friends will have ample time the whole of today, because their case is tomorrow. They will have ample time to reply to that, to interrogate it in depth. So there will be no prejudice, absolutely none, that they will suffer.
Very well. Members, I think you can follow CA7, paragraph 26. The request by Council for the County Assembly is that they inadvertently forgot to attach Annexure A. So when we retreat, you can bear that in mind. Okay, then Council for Governor, I will allow you to make your response and also raise any preliminary issues that you have. And Senior Councilman Nasir, one member wants a clarification. Senator Linturi, proceed.
Yeah, Chair, with tremendous respect to Senior Counsel, I think I would wish that you would further clarify whether the document intends to introduce is a statement of account or is a bank statement.
Thank you very much, Honourable Senator. Yes, it's a statement of the bank, yes, relating to certain account of the witness, which we forgot to add.
Senator, that's clear?
Yeah, it is clear, Chair.
Thank you. So, Councillor Nyamodi, you can respond to the issues raised by Senior Councilman Nasir.
Thank you very much.
And then you can also raise your PO so that Ahmed Nasir will respond, so that when we consider them, we do one direction on all of them.
Thank you very much.
Yep. How many minutes?
Chair, 10 minutes.
Okay, very well. Proceed.
Chair, just to start by responding to the request for a further affidavit, it would have been easier to respond to learned senior counsel if we had had an opportunity to see what he has taken such great pains to describe in such graphic detail. Chair, members of the committee, I urge you to note that even as the request is being made, we have not had sight of this monumentally important document that was omitted when this affidavit was being put together. So in respect of what it is or what it is not, or whether it completes what is already in the deposition, having had no sight of it, we are unable to make any comment on it. But Chairman, what is more important is that according to the program that you read out at the beginning of this morning's proceedings, it is the County Assembly's turn to present its witnesses once we conclude with the preliminaries and you make your determinations and give directions about objections. Chairman, what Learned Senior is saying is that they want to introduce new evidence now, and they then want the witness to testify now, because today is their day, they have no other day in which to lead evidence, and they then wish the governor to respond to that evidence at whatever time the governor chooses to respond. Chairman, needless to say, that is a prejudicial position to the governor. There is no clearer example of an ambush. Evidence cannot be produced during the hearing because the hearing commences today, because the governor has no opportunity not just to consider, but to respond as he is entitled to. Chairman, the affidavit in respect of which that evidence is sought to be adduced to augment, or the evidence contained in that affidavit is important. And Chairman, I wish to refer you and members of the committee to pages 34 to 40 of the annexures to that affidavit. And I just wish you to note, Chairman and members, the dates of those CR12s. CR12s are records from the company registry in respect of directorships and shareholders of companies. Chairman, you will note that the CR12s are dated on various dates between the 9th and the 10th of May this year. Chairman, this evidence could therefore not have been before the Assembly when the Assembly sat to consider the motion of impeachment at the end of last month. What this evidence is, and I will argue that point substantively when I argue my objection, is an attempt by the County Assembly to expand the scope of the motion of impeachment facing the governor. So, Chairman, other than the fact that it is an ambush, it is an attempt, unlawful and constitutional, to expand the scope of the motion. And Chairman, for those reasons, I urge that this committee denies the request by Learned Senior to augment the evidence and by extension expand the scope of the motion for impeachment. I now, Mr. Chairman, wish to respond to the first issue, and that is the letter dated the 11th of this month, requesting for certain witnesses to be summoned. And Chairman, I wish to oppose that request, and I wish to commence my opposition to that request by pointing out to Mr. Chairman and the members of the committee the important words in Rule 9, that the committee may. And I wish to emphasize, Mr. Chairman, and I wish to make the submission that if the committee may, then the committee also may not. It is not mandatory, it is discretionary. And I wish to submit the following reasons why the committee should not summon the witnesses. First, Mr. Chairman, the relationship between the first three witnesses, A, B, C, and the governor. It is the governor's wife, son, and daughter. As a matter of law, Mr. Chairman, whereas those witnesses may be competent to testify against the governor, with tremendous respect, they are not compellable. And what the summons seeks to do is to get this committee to compel them to testify against the governor. Their husband and father in both instances. Mr. Chairman, I will leave it to Mr. Ndegwa in a moment to highlight the relevant provisions of the Evidence Act.
Mr. Chairman, wish to proceed from where my senior has left. We oppose vehemently the application to summon those said witnesses. As indicated, there is no basis that has been laid by the applicant as to why those witnesses might be called upon to appear before you. Mr. Chairman, I want to invite you to look at the Oath and Statutory Act. And while you look at that act, Mr. Chairman, and the committee, we invite you to look at the rules of the court under Section 6. And you, Mr. Chairman, then you'll go to Rule number 9, which deals with the question of exhibits. It provides that all exhibits to affidavit shall be securely sealed together under the seal of the commissioner and shall be marked with serial letters of identification. Mr. Chairman, what has been presented before you is just a mere allegation that they fall in between the affidavits. You have been told that those documents fall between Annexure A and something. Are they capable of being effectively distinguished as prescribed by Rule 9. Even as they appear before you this morning, do they comply with that rule? Mr. Chairman, an affidavit is a statutory oath. It's oath. It is guided by this act, Mr. Chairman. And any procedure that offends this act offends the entire process. Mr. Chairman, may I submit on the question of the compellability of this witness? And as I do so, Mr. Chairman, I refer you to the case of Governor Wambora, Civil Appeal number 21 of 2014. In that case, Mr. Chairman, the Court of Appeal at Nyeri was able to distinguish these processes. And it is said when it was settling down on the question of the standard of proof, the court said that it is not on the balance of probability, it is not above reasonable doubt, it is there in the middle. Why was it there in the middle? It's because of the quasi-criminal nature that these proceedings invite. And when you look at the quasi-criminal proceedings, Mr. Chairman, you might then want to look at Section 127, subsection 3 of the Evidence Act, on the question of compelling a witness, and more so a spouse. That provisions, Mr. Chairman, says that that witness can only be admitted as a witness at the election of the person charged, not at the election of the person who is charging, in this case, the county assembly. Mr. Chairman, we submit that that provision bars and all prohibits a spouse from testifying against the spouse. Mr. Chairman, you might want to ask the foundation of that provision, and you'll find it in the Constitution. It provides that the family is the fundamental basis of every, fundamental unit of every society. And if then we are to summon the family members to testify against their father, the question then that be, and it may be a legal question and a social question, is the future cohesiveness of the society. Mr. Chairman, as I sum up, you have been told that these documents will come relevant during the proceedings. That is mere speculative. The applicant is on a fishing expedition. Why is he on a fishing expedition, Mr. Chairman? There is no witness who has testified before you to lay basis whether these individuals participated in that procedure. How and why should the applicant, the county assembly, be aided by this committee to summon witnesses? Have they demonstrated that they have done it and the witnesses have probably abandoned or rejected to honor the summons? Mr. Chairman, there must be equality of arms. And this equality of arms, Mr. Chairman, is the provision of Article 27, equal protection before the law. The governor is equally protected before the law as much as the applicant is protected, Mr. Chairman. And then you might also want to invite yourself when you're looking at this application under Article 50. The question of fair hearing.
You should wind up.
Yes, I'm just winding up.
I'm told your time is up.
I'm just winding up. Article 50 is an underogable right under Article 25. And when you say that, Mr. Chairman, the applicant ought to be granted time and opportunity to summon witnesses, the question will be, where shall the fair hearing aspect be left, noting that the witnesses will come and testify towards that document and will not have an opportunity of cross-examining them on the content of that document. I oblige.
Thank you. Senior Counsel, before you respond, Nyamodi, as the lead counsel, I had also given you leeway. If you have any preliminary issues, you raise them now so that when Senior Counsel responds, he responds to all the issues, because we are trying to manage time. So do you have any other preliminary issues?
We have other preliminary issues.
Yes.
And may I claim 25 minutes of time in respect of our preliminary issues?
Now, you know, we can't give you 20 because our timetable accorded you only 15. So you can take 15.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yeah, you 15, and you must conclude all the issues within those 15 minutes. And time begins running from now.
Okay. So, Chairman, we will be quick about it. I will commence my preliminary issue by winding up one quick issue or tying up one loose end that was left hanging in respect of the letter that we have just submitted on. In respect of witness number D in that letter, if I heard Learned Senior correct, he said that the intention is to establish that he is the owner of various companies. I believe that is done by the CR12. There is no need to call an owner or a director or shareholder of a company to prove that he owns the company. I submit that that request to call an owner and a shareholder in the face of such clear CR12s is an attempt, the only thing it would achieve would be to embarrass that witness. And that is the reason why this committee should not summon him. In respect of the preliminary issues, Chair, that we have in respect of this matter, I had indicated that we have 3, we have addressed 1, and now 4 remain. The first issue is, Chair, we wish to object to the inclusion on the record of this committee's proceedings today of the affidavit of Shoaib Bare Ahmed. It is the affidavit that we have discussed or has been discussed at length in the submissions that commenced with Learned Senior's request for improvement or augmentation of that deposition. Chairman, I wish to state first that the testimony or the evidence contained from paragraph 1 to paragraph last of that affidavit was not before the Assembly. The evidence that was before the Assembly was supplied by the Senate to the Governor on the 30th of last month, and the Governor has responded to that, or to the allegations and to the evidence that was shared with him by the Senate exhaustively. Mr. Chairman, I will repeat for the purposes of emphasis the submission I made a few minutes ago, that this affidavit was received maybe about 8 p.m. last night, and this witness is meant to testify today. There may be responses to the allegations that are made in that affidavit, but there is no opportunity to respond in the time frame in which this committee is proceeding. I submit, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee, that a party seeking to impeach a governor is therefore under the obligation to ensure that before the Assembly they present all the evidence that they wish to adduce in support of their motion for impeachment. And that, Mr. Chairman, then enables the governor to have his full Article 50 rights of responding to those allegations. Mr. Chairman, it shouldn't be lost to this committee's mind that what is at stake here is the governor's governorship. And the committee should then give him all the opportunity to defend himself. And allowing evidence such as this, substantive evidence such as this, to be brought before the committee at the 11th hour and served on the governor at the 11th and a half hour without an opportunity to respond is prejudicial to the governor. Again, Mr. Chairman, I submit for emphasis that this is another attempt by the County Assembly to improve or to expand the scope of the grounds for impeachment. Yes, the allegation may have been made in the motion for impeachment that was before the Assembly, but the evidence was not presented before the Assembly, and it only arose last night. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, our request, our preliminary issue is that the affidavit of Shoaib Bare Ahmed be expunged
Okay, the next issue.
be expunged from the record. Secondly,
Very well. Next.
there is evidence that falls into the same category, and that evidence is contained in the County Assembly's bundles, marked on the top left-hand corner as CA4 and CA8. On the front of CA4 is indicated Education Department 2015-2017, and in respect of CA8, ICT, Fisheries, Trade Department, Public Works, Environment, Agriculture. Again, Mr. Chairman, this is evidence that was shared with us or with the governor's legal representatives only late last night. This evidence does not arise from the length and breadth of the motion for impeachment. As I have previously said, there may be very well answers. The governor may very well have answers to the documents that are produced in these two bundles. But having not been given an adequate opportunity to respond, noting that the witnesses are due to take the stand once these preliminaries are concluded, to allow these documents to remain on record is prejudicial to the governor, and it limits his Article 50 rights. I leave the rest of the time for my learned friend, Mr. Ndegwa Njiru, to urge the remaining preliminary issues that we wish to take up.
Thank you, Council. Council Ndegwa.
Mr. Chair, I just have to pick up from where my senior has left and refer you to affidavit by one Hussein Abdurrahman Dahir.
Are you on the same issue?
Yes, just proceeding.
Okay.
And it appears as CA1, to which we are making an application, Mr. Chairman, that running all the way from paragraph 28, and there are two affidavits, that is one CA1 and CA2, to the last paragraph of the affidavit be expunged from record.
Who is the author of CA1?
Mr. Chairman, the author is, the deponent is Hussein Abdurrahman Dahir.
CA1, eh?
CA1, CA2.
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the basis of this application is premised on the House Standing Order guiding these provisions, Rule number 19. It provides that in presenting its evidence, the County Assembly shall not introduce any new evidence that was not part of the allegations against the governor by the county as funded by the Speaker of the County Assembly, the Speaker of the Senate. Mr. Chairman, what this presupposes, Mr. Chairman, is that within the 2 days contemplated under Section 33 of the County Government Act, the period prescribed for the Speaker of the County Assembly to forward the resolution, it is a presumption under this rule of the Senate that the same must be accompanied by the evidence that the County Assembly is seeking to rely on. Mr. Chairman, if you just read that provision, it says new evidence that was not part of the allegations against the governor by the County Assembly as forwarded. The operative word here, Mr. Chairman, is as forwarded, not as filed as at yesterday. Because if you look at Section 33, subsection 2, it's the one that refers to the question of forwarding the evidence. So, Mr. Chairman, anything that was not received as at the time the County Assembly was forwarding this document can only be regarded as new evidence, and hence the question of admissibility comes into play. Mr. Chairman, all those paragraphs that we have cited and as annexed in that affidavit were not before the County Assembly at the time of the moving of the motion. Where is the evidence, Mr. Chairman? The County Assembly hands. And Mr. Chairman, one cannot have his cake and eat it. Equally well, one cannot be in a fishing expedition and expect the assistance of this committee. I refer you to the case of Honorable Philomena Mwilu versus the DPP, petition number 295 of 2018. In that case, Mr. Chairman...
all those cases, are they in your bundle somewhere?
Mr. Chairman, you know, these are preliminary issues that I've just raised.
Mr. Chairman, these
And
are the
it's-
issues we have. My learned friend is citing cases.
Just-
He has not given us a citation of. We
Is it
don't know the
because counsel-
authenticity of the spin he's
yeah.
putting on.
Diego, you know, you are a very experienced,
breaking so many
you are a
rules
very
of-
experienced advocate, and you know,
Mr. Chairman,
courtesy dictates.
I
You are
then-
making reference to an authority,
I'm well guided.
and I presume you knew you will make reference to it.
I'm well guided.
You should have shared with the same with your learned friends.
I'm well
Senior
guided.
counsel, yeah?
I'll not refer to the case.
Yes.
But
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, it's cardinal rule of any criminal procedure, even of this one which is quasi-criminal in nature, that prosecution is not to be made good. It must appear to be good at the time of its inception. And appearing good, Mr. Chairman, is making sure, again, there is equality of arms, that the procedure complies with the doctrine of the fair trial, so that this doctrine of fair trial may not compromise the governor's presumption of innocence. What then that means, Mr. Chairman, is that these paragraphs, as indicated, will only lead to embarrassing the governor, and the governor will not have the opportunity of substantively responding to them. I move on to the other point, Mr. Chairman, which is the question of the competence of the motion before you as originating from the county assembly. Mr. Chairman,
So that's another issue now.
that's another issue.
Okay.
While this committee is competently capable of dealing with the issues, the question of the competence of that motion comes into play. And the competence is the legal competence. And why are we impugning the competence of this motion, Mr. Chairman? It's because at the time of the debate at the county assembly, there existed a valid court order arising from petition E009 of 2018, which was filed before the Meru High Court. What did the Meru High Court do? The Meru High Court injuncted the processes of the debate. Why was it injuncting, Mr. Chairman? It was injuncting because we were impugning on the legal ability of some officers to participate in that process. And in the wisdom of the judge found it fit to injunct the process. So the fundamental question is whether then an issue that arises from a process that has been injuncted by the court can then form a competent basis of an impeachment. Mr. Chairman, we argue this knowing very well that there exists a doctrine of checks and balances. The doctrine of checks and balances does not necessarily mean that these organs will operate in utopia. There must be a balance of each other. And that is why Article 165, Clause 3D, provides that the High Court has jurisdiction to interrogate whether anything said to be done has been done in accordance to the Constitution, whether there is compliance with the Constitution, Mr. Chairman. And so, Mr. Chairman, an impeachment is a constitutional process. And it being a constitutional process, Mr. Chairman, it is under the interrogation of the High Court. And that is why the High Court, in that wisdom, wanted to evaluate and interrogate the entire process, whether it sits well within the Constitution. Mr. Chairman, I move on to the other question about the issues appearing in the notice of motion. Suffice to note, Mr. Chairman, that some of the issues forming the basis of this impeachment are issues that are competently before issues before the county assembly, which are pending resolution. Mr. Chairman, if you look at standing order number 89 of the county assembly of the county assembly of Wajir, and you read that standing order together with section 14 of the county assembly, of the County Government Act, section 14A, which empowers the county assembly to legislate the standing orders, you'll realize that that standing order bars the assembly from debating any matter that is before a committee. Was that issue raised by the before the assembly? Yes. We refer you to the standing orders of the assembly, which we assume they have served you with. An issue was raised by one Honorable Rashid Mohamud as the competence of that motion. And what did the speaker say? The Speaker said, order, honorable member, if that matter is before the committee, stop discussing it. So you go straight to what is in the motion. The question is, could then the Assembly find the governor culpable for issues that were before the committee? At that particular time, did the Speaker guide the Assembly as to what issues contained in the motion that may be voted for or against, or did he abscond his duty? Mr. Speaker,
I'm told you are,
as I sum up,
our timekeeper there.
We urge you,
your time is up.
We urge you to find that the motion before you is not competent, that the governor's presumption of innocence and the question of equal protection before the law will be violated if then these processes moves on. At the fullness of time, Mr. Chairman, and we are not impugning the jurisdiction of this committee. This committee has power to check on the abuses of their sister or their brother county assemblies through the doctrine of oversight. Much obliged.
Okay, very well. So, Senior Councilor Nasir, you need to respond to those POs.
I will respond, but just as a preliminary, I think. My Lord, Your Honor, I think...
How many minutes do you require?
Maybe 15 minutes. I will be done.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Chairman, we have to discount...
Senior Council, can you do it within 10?
Okay.
Time is not with
yes,
us. Really.
Mr. Chairman, I think we need to discount the high-sounding legal cliches my learned friend submits on, which are completely irrelevant to these matters. You know, separation of this committee. But, Your Honor, before I go substantively, there is an issue you told me and said, is there any rule that addresses this issue completely? And that's Rule 31. That gives the chairman absolute powers to rule on all these matters and address them in a most appropriate manner. But, Mr. Chairman, there is a very serious matter my learned friend are raising it for the first time, and it is a grave danger to the rule of law. They are telling you that a governor can commit all kind of crimes through his children and wife, and you can't summon them because, as my learned friend put it, the unit of the family will be compromised. The unit of the family will be compromised. In other words, everybody will be committing offenses through their wives, through their children, and when the law wants to take its course, you will be told, no, 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 this is the wife, this is the husband, let us not destroy this family. What will happen to accountability? What will happen to constitutional accountability? Will we hide under the cover of spouses, daughters, and sons, as my learned friends submitted? I mean, I'm surprised that council can make that kind of argument, that let us not call the wife of the governor, let's not call the daughter of the governor, let's not call the son, because it may create some disharmony in that family. What of the public? What of the Kenyan public, whose money was misappropriated in this process? What happens to the law? I think that's an argument that's not even worth to make it in the first place. Your Honor, my learned friends also say that we are adding new evidence, and they cite Rule 19. Rule 19 is very important, but contrary to the submissions by my learned friend Degwa, the material word, Mr. Chairman, is this. It is this. Was not part of the, it says, in presenting the evidence, the Assembly shall not introduce any new evidence that was not part of the allegations. So as long as we have made allegations in the County Assembly, we can adduce evidence. And all these allegations, that the governor's wife is the de facto ruler, that the daughters and the sons were given, all those issues, Mr. Chairman, are part of the petition that was taken to this. There is nothing we are adducing in terms of new allegations. My learned friend also took issues with the CR12. Of course, the CR12 was made on 9th and 10th, but that's not manufacturing new evidence. That's just retrieving documents that are on a certain web page. And because we were taking instructions, Your Honor, you look at that, the person who was requesting is my learned friend, Ms. Hanan. She just wanted to confirm the assertions by the client that Jim Ali appears in all this. So she just retrieved that document. The facts existed. The fact is that he was a member of that company, that he was a director, he was shared, existed. The mere fact that you retrieve evidence that exists in a certain database is not manufacturing of evidence. Your Honor, my learned friend again in Degwa, he refers you to the Evidence Act, all those. The Evidence Act, this is not a criminal trial. This is a constitutional inquiry on whether the governor should be removed or not. When my learned friend takes you all those rules, of course he knows that they are not relevant. Of course he knows that they are of no use. But he still recites for whatever purpose he does. So I urge you to discount all those issues my learned friend submitted before. He also, that's why I said he used a lot of cliches. He talked about the balance of probability, the quasi-criminal nature of these proceedings. We will talk about that. We have not reached yet. It is just premature. So, Your Honor, all these issues my learned friend are saying that you should expand from the record. You will have a proper time when you can determine that issue. When our witnesses are called, when you look at the original petition before, then you will make a determination, no, this was not part of it. But I can give you my word that we are not introducing new allegations. We are not introducing any evidence that was not before. And my learned friend's vehement opposition on this should be dismissed in limine. Yes, I think, Your Honor, I think that really
they have raised appeal on a pending matter before court. Any comments?
Yes. I mean, my learned friend also knows that even the courts themselves, and if you look at the ruling by the Speaker of the County of Wajir, which my learned friend praised it as high-sounding and appropriate when it was read. It's in the Hansard. This is what he said, my learned friend. This is my learned friend. He says, Your Honor, let me read what he said. He says, thank you, Mr. Speaker and distinguished Assembly. My name is Ndego Njiro, and I'm advocate of the High Court of Kenya. And with me is my learned friend Mwangi. We have heard your ruling, and we highly respect it because it is constitutionally sound. That is a statement. I'm not making it. He said it is constitutionally sound. And why is it constitutionally sound? Because, Your Honor, the Speaker rightly made the ruling that whereas the High Court has supervisory jurisdiction over Parliament when it made a decision, and that is even, I'm not disputing that, the High Court has made ruling that you cannot micromanage Parliament. You cannot intervene in proceedings that are ongoing on. You cannot stop Parliament to debate what it wants to debate. That is a red line on the sand. And that is the tradition of the Commonwealth. I mean, whether it's in England, whether it's in Canada, whether it's in Australia, the courts have said that their jurisdiction is triggered by a decision of Parliament. They have no jurisdiction to stop Parliament or to micromanage. And that's why my learned friend Ndegwa said that jurisprudentially, the Speaker's decision was sound. I'm not surprised that he's changing his stand depending on the forum. But that's not what counsel should do. If you say it was sound in Wajir, it must be sound in Nairobi. All the objections, Your Honor, to the affidavits are inappropriate. This is not the right time. Let evidence be adduced. Allow us to put the evidence which is critical for this. And let us proceed, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So now you have raised a number of issues that the committee will require to retreat to consider them. But Councillor Nyamodi, I see you have put your mic on.
In the submissions we made a reply, we made a response to the two preliminary issues that Learned Senior had taken up. And we also urged 3 or 4 preliminary issues of our own, which Learned Senior has responded to. I was hoping, if possible, to claim 2 minutes as a right of reply having moved preliminary issues that have been responded to by the other side.
I hope you are not misleading, Chair. I thought you responded to his appeal and then raised your own.
And raising my own, then
You have a right of
entitled me
reply. 2 minutes.
to a
2 minutes.
response
2
to
minutes.
whatever he said.
Yes, limited to those issues only.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
And it is really just a single issue. And it is to contextualize Rule 19 of the rules of this committee. The purpose of Rule 19 is to be seen if you look at the invitation from the clerk of this assembly to the governor. In the invitation that is forwarded by the clerk of this this Senate, I'm sorry to call it an assembly, the invitation forwards to the governor it forwards to the governor the motion and the evidence in support of that motion. And that forwarding in good time gives the governor an opportunity to respond to the allegations and to respond to the evidence. Rule 19 should therefore be given the interpretation that then makes it possible for the governor to respond. And the word, let me get the word. The word allegation in Rule 19 should be read together with evidence, because allegation, evidence, and opportunity to respond. Rule 19 seeks to prohibit an ambush, and Rule 19 should at no point be interpreted so that it is facilitative of the kind of ambush that the county assembly seek this committee to be an accessory to. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. As I was saying, you have raised a number of issues, preliminary issues that will require that this committee retreats to consider and then give its ruling on the way forward. But I just want to ask, do you intend to make any opening remarks, Senior Councilman Nasir?
Yes, we want to make extensive opening remarks.
What about Council Nyamodi?
Yes, we intend to make opening remarks.
Yeah, so I will give this direction so that we manage time. We will sacrifice our lunch hour to do a ruling that will give a direction on how we proceed on all these preliminary issues, the witnesses, whether to accept the request or to reject the implication of that court order, and all the other issues. So I think I'll give you an opportunity for the remaining period. You make your opening remarks, and then during a lunch hour, we'll prepare our ruling on the issues we have raised, which we will deliver in the afternoon before we start on the trial. In that case, then I will allow counsel for the county assembly to make his opening remarks.
Chair.
How many minutes do you need? You have
on the upside, can we say 20? But I think I will make less than that.
you
Chair,
can make
Chair, point of order.
Okay, that's okay.
Chairman.
Proceed.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Senator Sakaja.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the situation we're in with COVID-19, but counsel from both sides are a bit muffled behind their masks. Maybe you can direct that as they present, they can use the dispatch box so that we can hear them clearer, especially for counsel for the governor, because he's surrounded, but counsel for the assembly doesn't have anyone around him. You can remove your mask so that we can hear you a bit clearer, kindly, Chair.
Okay, Senator Sakaja, earlier on we had directed that nobody should speak without their masks on.
They're muffled, we can't hear. There's no reason to a proceeding where we don't hear.
But if we can rearrange the seating, maybe the person next to the dispatch can move to the right, then we can allow your senior counsel to go to the dispatch. You make your remarks from there. Is that okay for you? Is that okay for you? Yeah, you can do it from there. Thank you. So he says he needs 20 minutes, so you can... 20.
Honorable members of this committee, we are most honored and grateful for this opportunity to present the case of the County Assembly of Wajir in this process that entails the removal of the governor of Wajir, Honorable Ambassador Muhammad Abdi, which you all know was triggered by the impeachment process that was started by the County Assembly. Mr. Chairman, this process is important both to the people of Wajir in particular and the Kenyan general public for a number of reasons. First, this is another glorious opportunity for this House to showcase to the Kenyan public the importance of constitutional accountability and fidelity to the law. The Senate, by virtue of Article 81 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Government Act number 17 of 2022, has a solemn constitutional duty to undertake the process of removing or not removing a governor. In our view, that process is a delicate balance you must maintain between it seen as a whitewash or a witch hunt. And it's my humble submission before this august institution that you have an excellent opportunity to showcase to the skeptical and disillusioned Kenyans that are not happy with our institutions of governance. Mr. Chairman, during an era when the institutions, whether it is the judiciary, the executive, and the legislatures, are floundering and grossly underperforming, and when the citizenry of this country have shown great dissatisfaction and happiness with the three co-equal arm of government, this committee has a special duty and obligation for the common man and woman in rural Kenya who believe that the rich and powerful are simply unaccountable and operate in an atmosphere where the rule of law has taken an indefinite leave of absence. You have a duty, Mr. Chairman, and your committee to reestablish their faith in our institutions, and that, in my humble submission, is priceless. We are not saying that you swallow our case and evidence hook, line, and sinker, but we are pleading and respectfully petitioning this august institution that you apply the law as it should and hold the governor of Wajir to a constitutional audit and accountability so that his reign comes to an end. Mr. Chairman, the trial and the motion that triggered it couldn't be more authentic and genuine. It's as a result of the masses and ordinary folks in Wajir who have revolted and risen against the rule of the governor. It is a local MCS in their rural stations in Wajir in a bold and brave act of selfish sacrifice that initiated this process. And I want this committee to appreciate that this process has no big wig, it has no big man, it has no sponsor. It is the MCS from Wajir that has triggered it. It's not driven by the national politics of this country. It's not even influenced by the clan dynamics of Wajir. This petition, Mr. Chairman, is both clan and political neutral. It is because of the accountability of the governor, the impunity of the governor, that could not be tolerated anymore by the petitioners and the grassroots members that they represent, which triggered the seismic political change in the ecosystem of Wajir and even the larger northern Kenya. Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members, we are confident that when we take you through the evidence and show you the graphic but scary malfeasance, incompetence and corruption of the governor of Wajir County, we are confident that you will reach the inescapable conclusion that His Excellency, Governor Mohammed, must be taken out of the political equation in Wajir. In fact, we boldly submit that if the Senate cannot remove this, it will probably not remove another governor. The evidence is overwhelming. The evidence is indicting. Mr. Chairman, I know you as my former chairman, that you and some of your members have excellent training in law, but I will just tell you that when you go through this evidence, the issue that should come to your mind is the legal doctrine in the law of tort that is habitually pleaded in personal injury cases comes to my mind, and that is, Mr. Chairman, res ispa liquato. The facts speaks for themselves. You really don't need to prove it. It is so obvious. It is there ex facie. Mr. Chairman, just like your committee, we are very conscious of the fact that this is not a criminal trial. Rather, it's a constitutional process that is quasi-judicial in nature. So even though we are confident that our evidence can sustain a criminal trial and satisfy the standard of proof of beyond a reasonable doubt, that is not our brief this morning. We are not doing a criminal trial. This is a constitutional process or adjudication, and the standard of proof hovers in the neighborhood of the balance of probability. Mr. Chairman, again, I would like to impress upon your committee that it's not a question of quantitative, it's a question of qualitative. If we show that 1 shilling, 1 dime was stolen or misappropriated, that is enough for his removal. We don't have to show you that billions were stolen or hundreds of millions. It is the breach of the law, the act of impunity that led to the loss of that 1 shilling that should be enough for you to remove him. Mr. Chairman, before we give you a snapshot of the evidence that we will lay before the committee and the factual metrics that define the case of the County Assembly of Wajir, let me comment about very briefly the governor as a witness and his decision not to appear as a witness in the most important trial of his political career so far. We are conscious that he has appeared before you pursuant to Rule 6, but we emphasize, Your Honor, we emphasize, Mr. Chairman, that his refusal to take the witness stand is pivotal in the determination of this, and it is very critical in the deliberations you make. Although we refrain from submitting that a negative inference can be drawn by his refusal to take the witness stand, I submit, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, that you must take notice that, as usual, when the governor is told to account for his omissions or acts, he always skips his trial. He never participates in his trial. Your Honor, there is one issue I just would like to emphasize, and this is the fact that if you look at the history of the defendant and his participation in judicial processes, this is a witness who persuaded a court that his lack of education is not very important, and a court of the eminence and standing of the Supreme Court. And when I argued that matter before the Supreme Court, Mr. Chairman, I impressed upon the court the famous case called Dred Scott versus John Sanford. Is an 1857 case of the U.S. Supreme Court, which declared that a black man is a chattel and is not entitled to freedom and will never be a citizen of the United States of America. I impressed upon the Supreme Court that they have a similar situation, and if they rule that the governor does not need to have a university education, the same way Dred and Scott damaged the standing of the Supreme Court, that case will damage the Supreme Court of Kenya.
Chairman,
yes.
if I may perhaps take at this point.
Yes, Council.
I have listened very keenly to Leonard Senior making his opening remarks. But with tremendous respect to Leonard Senior and this committee, he seems to be settling a personal score with the governor. The issues of the Supreme Court and what was submitted and what the Supreme Court was persuaded and not persuaded surely cannot form the subject matter of an opening remarks in respect of an impeachment trial. Those are personal views, and Leonard Senior is not a voter. He's not a citizen of Wajir County.
You know, I think it's beneath my learned friend to make that ending. There's nothing personal about this. I'm referring to one of the most important cases ever decided by the Supreme Court of Kenya. That is uncomfortable with that. Doesn't mean anything to me. It's for him to sort out it. Can I conclude, Your Honor? I'm about to finish.
Senior Counsel.
Yes.
We will allow you to proceed, but try as much as possible to limit your opening remarks to the issues before us. We may not have a lot to say about.
Interpretive decisions institutions make have historical implications. And that is why I'm saying that when I give the case of Dred Scott and the case of the governor in Supreme Court, there are certain decisions that institutions make that they regret for the rest of their lives. And that is the danger I'm alluding to in this matter. But my Lord, Mr. Chairman, as a deliberative institutions, you are seized of interpretive powers under Article 10 of the Constitution. When you are determining this matter, you are interpreting the Constitution, you are interpreting the statutes, and certain values that are captured in Rule 10 of, Article 10 of the Constitution have a very important ramifications for your part. Mr. Chairman, we are calling 3 witnesses in this matter, and we have deposited their witnesses and statements. The first witness is Mr. Abdullahi Isaac. He is the MCA for El Nur Tula Tula Ward representative. He is the author of the notice of motion dated 19th April 2021 that triggered the impeachment process. We will take you through his evidence first to show you the process from a constitutional law perspective was of high integrity and followed the letter of the law in all aspects. Mr. Chairman, he will take you through the facts that inform the case. The breach of Public Finance Act that is completely ignored in all dealings in the county government of the governor. This act, in my humble submission, is the bedrock of accountability. When you break this act, like the governor has breached in all aspects, you can't have any regard, or you don't have any regard for public finance. He will give you a detailed breakdown of each and every breach that occurred. He will show you that the process was not even Byzantine, it was worse than that. He will show you that billions were lost, some unaccountable, some nobody knows where they have gone. He will show you that even something so simple like giving the annual address so that you can share the vision and the hope of your county, the governor has refused, notwithstanding the statutory provisions that underpin such important exercise. He will take you through the budget and the accounting process. He will show you that even a budget for 1 year, when the assembly passed, the governor just changed the whole budget so that it can suit certain issues of dynamics for him. He will show you that Governor Mahmoud thrives in an opaque, secretive system that has no checks and balances, that has no accountability, and is defined by impunity and immunity from prosecution or the reach of the law. The second witness, Mr. Chairman, is Shuaib Barre Abdi. He represents Div Ward. He has an affidavit. He was the second person who seconded the motion before the assembly. His evidence zeroes on the First Lady, Her Excellency, Mrs. Khaira Umar Maalim. And we are very respectful, Your Honor. We don't want to go very personal with the First Lady, or because she is a mother, she is a wife. And we have been very careful to circumscribe the evidence we are giving to ensure that it only touches when, or it's only relevant when it interacts with public finance and public accountability. But according to the evidence by Mr. Shuaib, Madam Khaira is no ordinary First Lady. She is not power behind the throne. She sits on the throne. Shuaib will take you through his evidence and give you a snapshot of her reach, that how her tentacles are deep and strong in the affairs of the county. In few months in 2018, and we will share with you, we'll share with you the chart. We will show you evidence of about 28,825,000 that she received as kickbacks in contracts that are awarded by the government. It is astonishing, Mr. Chairman. It is breathtaking, but we will share that evidence with you. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, we will share with you the last witness, Honorable Hussein Abdurrahman Dahir. He is the representative of the ward. He has 2 affidavits, one on bending pills, 2 million shillings of work done, not paid, no money. Where that money has gone, he will share with us. And the other one, affidavit, is held. A staggering 2 billion was spent in the last 3 years on the health sector. There is nothing to show that. Mr. Chairman, when we share this evidence with you, we will persuade you and your committee that the only option you have, in light of the evidence we show you, is to recommend to the plenary of the Senate that His Excellency Ambassador Mahmoud's tenure as governor of Wajir should come to an ignominious end. I must oblige you.
Very well. Thank you, Senior Councilman Nasir. And thank you for keeping to time. Council Nyamodi, you have some opening remarks to make?
Mr. Chairman, we do have opening remarks, and perhaps with your permission, I can address you without my mask from here. We will be sharing the time.
We will sanitize the dispatch. You can speak from the dispatch.
No, I will speak from the dispatch, but only for the purposes of responding to the chair's question. Yes, we have opening remarks. We wish to take about 20 minutes with them, and we will share the time equally between the governor, myself, and Mr. Ndegwa, and the governor will go first.
Thank you. So, Governor, you can take to the podium, to the dispatch. We have sanitized, but if you are not confident enough, you can speak with your masks on. But for your own comfort, we actually change the microphones after every speaker, so you are good. So you will manage. Council Nyamodi will give you 20 minutes. You see how you manage your client, yourself, and Council Ndegwa.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wish to thank you and the committee for the opportunity to appear before you and present my defense on this matter of my impeachment. Further, Mr. Chairman, I take this opportunity to underscore the cardinal role of the legislative arms of the government, both of the national government, which is the Senate and the National Assembly, and the county government of the county assembly in exercising their representation, oversight, and legislative role as enshrined in the Constitution of Kenya and other relevant laws of the Republic of Kenya. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, the appointment of this committee by the Senate to hear and look into whether or not the allegations leveled against the governor of Wajir, which is me, can be substantiated as part of its constitutional mandate is a decision in the right direction. I'm optimistic that the committee will finally bring to an end the charges which are aimed to mar my personal character and integrity. Honorable Chairman, I would like to categorically state that I will fully cooperate with the committee and assist in establishing the truth and nothing but the truth, that the charges leveled against me as the governor of Wajir are unsustainable, are unsubstantiated and cannot stand the scrutiny and threshold required for the impeachment of a governor. Honorable Chair, in the second generation of county government, Wajir County under my leadership has made tremendous progress in basic social and economic services with improvements in key performance indicators as can be witnessed from the county statistics. Moreover, my government has been in the forefront in establishing a working relationship with the County Assembly of Wajir. A good example of that, Mr. Chairman, is that we have allocated 25 million Kenya shillings to each of the 30 wards in Wajir County since 2017. In other words, annually we are spending 750 million shillings to all the sub-counties for small projects that are for every for all the 30 wards. Further, the county government under my leadership has proactively initiated equity projects by development projects in all these 30 wards. My defense submission will speak to this later during the proceedings. Mr. Chairman, I have reached a record as a career public servant for 45 years, long before some of these county assembly members were born, both within and outside the country. Some of my deployments include serving as a teacher, education officer, member of parliament, assistant minister, cabinet minister, ambassador, and now as the governor of Wajir County. It is imperative to note, Mr. Chairman, that during my industrious service, I have expanded service delivery in basic social services, and I have not been suspected or accused of any charges relating to violation of the Constitution and other relevant laws of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Chairman, as you sit and adjudicate over this matter, it is my humble plea that the committee will have time to consider, to look at the unique circumstances the Somali community, where I come from, finds itself in its decision-making and formation of governance, that is formation of the government at the county level, the structures in all the counties in this region through negotiated democracy. I believe the allegations contained in the impeachment by Wajir County Assembly is politically motivated with malice and witch hunt. Finally, Mr. Chairman, my lawyers and witnesses will establish evidence, the circumstances that informed and influenced the impeachment. I have full confidence in the committee and its findings. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Okay, thank you, Governor. You may resume your seat. Council, I hope you get guidance from the timekeeper as to how many minutes you have. Okay, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the Governor has spoken extensively about the issues arising from Wajir County and the issues that he believes are important in respect of this impeachment motion or these impeachment proceedings that he now faces before this committee. Mine really is just to emphasize a few issues about the state of the law that governs the process of impeachment. And I believe it is important for me to make these brief comments about the law because, as I am sure you require no reminding, impeachment is a political process enabled by the Constitution. It is politics enabled by the Constitution. And the provisions for impeachment in respect of governors are straightforward, and they are to be found in Article 181 of the Constitution of this Republic. The grounds for impeachment are found in particular in Articles 181, 1A to D. And I'm sure when the committee retires to consider your decision in this matter, you will be guided by those provisions of the Constitution. But in respect of the motion of impeachment that is before this committee, the grounds for impeachment are to be found at Article 181, 1A and 1D. And they are really very simple and straightforward. The governor is accused of gross violation of the Constitution, and he is accused of abuse of office or gross misconduct. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I submit or I state that the word gross will be of cardinal importance when you retire to consider your decision in these impeachment proceedings. And I say so because it is the responsibility of this committee to determine whether the evidence that will be led on behalf of the County Assembly of Wajir, if indeed it does disclose any misconduct, or if indeed it does disclose any violation of the Constitution or the law, whether that violation, and I don't say there is any, whether that violation is gross. The second issue that I wish to request this committee to bear in mind as you retire to consider your decision in this matter is the context of the evidence. The context in which the evidence arises. Are these ordinary transactions? Are these ordinary relationships between the county executive and the county assembly? Or do they disclose any misdeeds or any gross violations, of the Constitution or of the law, or any gross misconduct by the governor of Wajir County? And I'm sure if you apply your minds properly to the provisions of the Constitution, especially the ordinary English meaning of the word gross, and thankfully there is guidance from the courts of this republic as to what amounts to gross in terms of evidence, you will come to the right conclusion. Thank you very much, and I will donate the rest of the time to my learned colleague, Mr. Ndegwa, to conclude our opening remarks.
How many minutes does he have? So, Ndegwa, you have 7 minutes, Council. Thank you. Please, can we have the change of mics? Sergeant at arms. Okay, Council, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, you are being invited this morning to find the governor of Wajir County culpable for issues of gross misconduct, violation of the Constitution and in the law. Mr. Chairman, you'll be invited to look at the question of the threshold and the issue of the nexus between the issues being complained thereof and the conduct of the governor and the functions of the governor. It's not lost of us, Mr. Chairman, that Section 30 of the County Government Act clearly indicates the functions of the governor who is before you. Mr. Chairman, we'll be inviting you to juxtapose the provisions of Section 30 as against the issues being complained hereof. Mr. Chairman, this House has enacted a litany of laws, among them the Public Procurement and Disposal Act, which, Mr. Chairman, forms the basis of the complaint as against the governor. We'll be inviting this House at the fullness of time, Mr. Chairman, to look at various sections, and more importantly, Section 55 and Section 45 of the Public Procurement and Disposal Act, and scrutinize the issues complained hereof. It will surprise you, Mr. Chairman, that the County Assembly of Wajir is inviting you to find the governor culpable for mere theatric issues. Theatric issues in the sense that the allegations do not meet the threshold as established in the case of Governor Wambora, Civil Appeal 194 of 2014. Mr. Chairman, we had the opportunity of arguing that case with my land senior counsel, Mr. Ahmed Nasir, and is very clear that the threshold was established in that case. And the ratio decidedi of that case, Mr. Chairman, was that it is not every allegation, every breach that can culminate to finding of the culpability of the governor. Again, Mr. Chairman, this matter was argued by my senior learned friend Ahmed Nasir before the Court of Appeal in Nyeri. That is a civil case number 21, again of 2014, the case of Governor Wambora. There was a question of nexus. How do you connect the allegations facing the governor with the functions of the governor? We shall tender evidence at the fullness of time to show you that there is no nexus that can lead to the impeachment of a governor. Mr. Chairman, though Article 10 calls for the accountability and transparency as one of the overriding doctrines in matters of governance of this country, the question is, can an individual purport to each hand in the name of calling for accountability? Do we have the standards upon which a person can be said was accountable or was not accountable? Mr. Chairman, we'll be inviting this committee to set a precedent that lays bare the standards and the threshold upon which an individual, an innocent man of the governor's caliber, can be held to account. Mr. Chairman, it is said that it is better to acquit 100 convictees other than having a conviction of one innocent man. The man before you, Mr. Chairman, is an innocent man. Is a man who is facing a fishing expedition prosecution. We urge you, Mr. Chairman, to protect the integrity of the man before you. We urge you, Mr. Chairman, to uphold his dignity as prescribed under Article 29 of the Constitution. Mr. Chairman, if an ambulance lacks fuel, is it the work of the governor to fuel that ambulance? Mr. Chairman, can lack of fuel of an ambulance form the basis of impeachment of a governor who is democratically elected? Mr. Chairman, were the people of Wajir County involved through the public processes, public participation, as enshrined under Article 96, Clause 2D? Were they involved? Did they participate? Do we have evidence of their participation before you? Can a mere person driven by ulterior, scandalous, vexatious approach, could have the governor convicted? Mr. Chairman, the governor is accused of allowing unqualified professionals to handle the functions of procurement. Is the governor the head of the public procurement? Does he participate in the process of the employment? Is it true that the county assembly is not able to distinguish the functions? Are they lost in the mud? Mr. Chairman, we'll be inviting you at the fullness of time and the members of this honorable committee to consider the question of the function of the governor and the culpability. Mr. Chairman, this is not one of the impeachments that should have seen the light of the day. It's a petition, or rather it's a motion of impeachment that is scandalous, impeachment that is frivolous, impeachment that is meant to cause annoyance and embarrassment on the part of the governor. Why is the county assembly so much passionate by the failure of the governor to take the stand? Did they want to have a continuation of the matter before the Supreme Court? We are in a different arena. Mr. Chairman, abuse of office, gross misconduct. You have been told that there was one overall leader, the person of the First Lady of the county as a government of Wajir. Is there any evidence to show that she ever participated in decision making? Is the person alleging this aware that we have now moved from the roadside declarations to a situation whereby government policies and decisions must be in writing? Have they provided any writing to show that the First Lady made any decision on behalf of the county government? We shall be able to provide evidence, embarrassingly so, to the contrary. Mr. Chairman, we urge you to grant us an opportunity to show you that the governor has not in any event usurped the powers of the Public Service Board to an extent to protect the integrity of the county government, that the governor stood evidence as against these individuals in criminal case number 47 on 2018 before the Milimani High Magistrate Court. The governor appeared as a witness. Why did the governor appear as a witness in that case as against officers? Because the governor believes in the doctrine of good governance. Okay. The governor believes in accountability and transparency.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We invite you to grant us time. We have about 6 witnesses who shall persuade you to hold to the contrary. Much obliged.
Thank you. Very well. I think that brings to an end that session of opening remarks. And it's now 1 o'clock. As I said, we will retreat over lunch hour so that we can make our ruling on the request by the county assembly that we summon 4 witnesses. We will also consider the other preliminary issues that have been raised, including the admissibility of the letter by Ahmed Nasir, Abdullah and company advocates dated 11th of May 2021. We will also look at the issue of the competence of the motion that is before us. We will also look at the issues of the affidavits CA4 and C8, the implication of them not having been part of the evidence before the county assembly. And we will also give direction on the inclusion of affidavit marked as CA7 and the issue of the motion that is pending before Wajir County Assembly. Courtesy of your taxes, there is lunch that will be offered to all of you at the main restaurant. It's in the form of takeaway, so you can take away to your respective holding rooms. I know others like Governor and Senior Counsel Nasir are fasting, so you will spare our tax money by not taking lunch. But the rest, you can have your lunch at the holding room. We will convene back at 2 o'clock to proceed with our ruling, and then the county assembly can start adducing their evidence. We adjourn to 2 o'clock. Thank you. Senators, we meet at the launch. Senators, we meet at the launch.
Even as we amend this constitution, let us look at possible ways in which we can allow Parliament to interrogate and...
Order, Senators. Order. Respect the House. Cherargei, you have become so nomadic. Please try to, whatever you are doing, we may need to know. Senator Malala, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me. Mr. Speaker, I was submitting as follows that it is important in future, Mr. Speaker, when we shall have another opportunity to amend the law, let us give Parliament powers, Mr. Speaker, to amend and correct the inconsistencies of a bill that is brought before this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my humble submission that in future, even before the bill goes for signatures, Mr. Speaker, let the bill come through this House. Let us do all the amendments that we are supposed to do before we go to collect signatures and subsequently go to the county assembly, so that we have an opportunity as Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we exercise our powers as enshrined in the Constitution under Article 94 of the current Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to why we support this document as a party. One, because of the aspect of devolution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am a product of devolution. I was first elected as a member of County Assembly. I became the Deputy Speaker for Kakamega County Assembly. And here I am, the Senator representing the people of Kakamega. And therefore...
What's your point of order, Senator Linturi?
Mr. Speaker, I've had a lot of interest for a long time in following up the debate from my good friend Senator Malala, but I'm lost because I'm not able to follow him up clearly, because in this chamber we are discussing the Constitutional Amendment Bill, supposed to give us ideas or opinion about us, a member of Parliament. I've even opened the Constitution under Article 96 on the role of the Senate. So, having listened to him, the position he is advancing before this House is that position of a political party. Is he in order, Mr. Speaker, to come push for a position of a political party, or is supposed to debate this bill as a member of Parliament representing the people of Kakamega, and not a political position, a political party position?
Mr. Speaker, I wonder why some people call themselves learned friends, Mr. Speaker. We are in this House, Mr. Speaker,
Senator,
elected by the...
Senator, don't impute improper motive on a colleague.
Mr. Speaker, I was elected in this House by the people of Kakamega through a political party. Even when it comes to voting on the floor of this House, we are whipped based on our political parties. And therefore, it is not a crime for me to come and make submissions and elaborate the position of my party. I am a member of ANC, and I will still remain a member of ANC.
Senator Cherargei, what's your intervention?
Mr. Speaker, since I've settled down, I remember, Mr. Speaker, you have ruled before that we should desist bringing party issues to the floor of the House. And on many occasions, you have ruled us out of order when we have raised issues based on party issues. So is Senator Malala in order to bring party issues before the floor of the House? Yes, she should be just debating on the issues that concerns the constitutional amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Order, senators. I think let us not divert attention. It is not bad from making his views and occasionally referring to his party, which brought him here, but it should not overemphasize the aspect of the party. Okay, proceed. What is your point of intervention, Senator Murang'a?
I agree and sympathize with your position, Mr. Speaker. Only that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, only to, I don't know if my friend Senator Malala is in order to spend a lot of time praising ANC of late, Mr. Speaker. It's a phenomenon that has come in the last like 6 months, Mr. Speaker. Yet, Mr. Speaker, in the past, it was more focused on most of the time talking about NASA or ODM. Mr. Speaker, if he can just focus on the issues, it will save him a lot of comparison, Mr. Speaker, from his past life.
Honorable Senators, you know, people have different ways of surviving. So, so Senator Malala is surviving. He knows what he's doing. So let us allow him to proceed. Senator Malala.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you realize that most of these members who are uneasy with me taking a party position do not have a definite political party at the moment, Mr. Speaker. That is why they are envious, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was making my submission as to why I, the senator of Kakamega, elected on an ANC party, is supporting the BBI, Mr. Speaker. And my focal attention was drawn on the fact that this document provides that we are going to strengthen devolution in the sense that the resources that are now going to go to our counties are going to be increased. Mr. Speaker, our counties have been surviving with a mere 15%. And sometimes even less, Mr. Speaker. But this document has provided for a 35% provision, Mr. Speaker, whereby county governments will gain in a very big way, Mr. Speaker, when this bill is passed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we pass this bill, it is also important, Mr. Speaker, to remind the players of devolution that giving you 35% is not enough. That the solutions of the problems facing our counties will not be achieved when we pass this bill. Yes, we are giving you 35%, but it is important, Mr. Speaker, for the county governments, Mr. Speaker, to use this money appropriately, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've seen county governments misusing and misappropriating funds, Mr. Speaker. That is why, Mr. Speaker, in this dispensation, we've had so many cases of impeachments, Mr. Speaker. And it is not, Mr. Speaker, our role as Senate, Mr. Speaker, is first to defend devolution. But we need to ensure that the money that go to the county governments, Mr. Speaker, are well spent, Mr. Speaker. This brings me back to what I saw in Naivasha, Mr. Speaker. When we were converging in Naivasha, Mr. Speaker, members of the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, ganged up and insisted that the Constituency Development Fund must be in the Constitutional Amendment Bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to blame ourselves because, Mr. Speaker, we were unable to ensure that the Oversight Fund is encapsulated in this document, Mr. Speaker. It is important, Mr. Speaker, to know that most of the senators are unable to conduct their oversight roles in the county assembly, in the county governments, because they lack the infrastructure and the monetary muscle, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that they oversight the county governments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in a county like Kakamega, Kakamega is a very vast county.
I can see a point of intervention from Cherargei.
Hey. Mr. Speaker, is it in order to say, because, and then I'm the chair emeritus of JLAC, We did draft submissions that were presented by the then Deputy Speaker, Professor Kithure Kindiki, in KICC before the BBI Secretariat. Is it in order for the Honorable Senator and leader of Kakamega delegation to tell this House that the Senate did not make their position known, yet we did submit upon your directions before the BBI Secretariat? Is it in order to mislead when people are taking chai and mandazi in Naivasha to refer that it was a serious forum? Is it in order?
Mr. Speaker, I think we have various ways of achieving.
There is another intervention, Senator Malala, from Senator Mogeni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know this is a House of Record, and Mr. Speaker, Senator Malala, who is my good friend, is creating an impression before the House that in Naivasha, when members of National Assembly were agitating for CDF, that we never agitated for an oversight fund for the Senate. But everybody who was in Naivasha, and I have senators around me, will confirm that we did make presentation, and I'm the one who spoke on behalf of senators, that the oversight fund should be included in the Constitution Amendment Bill. But what happened, Mr. Speaker, is that whereas the position of MPs was taken on board and included in the proposed amendments to Article 206A, the position of the Senate was not taken on board. So it is misleading, Mr. Speaker, to state that the senators did not agitate. I think the correct position should be, Mr. Speaker, that we did put forth our position, but the drafters of this bill, for reasons that we don't know, opted to take on board the position of members of National Assembly, but left out the request that was put forth by the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, if you read the BBI report, my name appears on page 166 as one of the members of Parliament who made a detailed representation before the BBI task force. So you should not be left to mislead the House, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, I know we are cautious, as we should be, of COVID, but my good chairman, Senator Mogeni, is doing us a great disservice. We love hearing his contribution, but when he wears 5 masks, you know, he's muffled. He's muffled, we can't hear his voice, and I am sure he had a good point. Could you just assure him to reduce at least even 3 and use 1 so that we can hear him when he's speaking? I've had nothing at all, Mr. Speaker, and he's a senior counsel. Don't deny us the benefit of hearing you, Senator Mogeni.
Okay, but at least he has spoken. You're saying is the 1 mask is enough. It's like closing your eyes at night.
I'm just wearing 2, not 5.
Senator Malala, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm well guided by my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I was submitting as follows, that it is important that the 35% of the resources that we shall be pumping to the county governments must be used appropriately, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've seen county governments, and I will not mention names today. We've seen county governments which have not fulfilled their promises since they were inaugurated in 2017, and others even in 2013. Mr. Speaker, we have seen governors being brought before the CPIC committee and being brought here for impeachment, Mr. Speaker, having very grave allegations, Mr. Speaker, on misuse of public funds. And therefore, we want to give them notice, Mr. Speaker, that the 35% that we are taking to the counties is not money meant for corruption, is not money meant for accumulation of wealth, Mr. Speaker. It is very important, Mr. Speaker, for the county governors to know that we have fought for this 35%, and the 35% is meant to help the Mwananchi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, prioritization of county projects is very key, Mr. Speaker. We have seen governments and county governments which prioritize only brick and mortar development, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, county governments are unable to initiate projects which are going to stimulate our respective economies at the county level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have seen counties which have tried coming up with cottage industries, but other counties, Mr. Speaker, and I want to be very specific on this issue, Mr. Speaker. When you come to Kakamega County, Mr. Speaker, since 2013, we have no single flagship project which was launched and is functioning at the moment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is very important, Mr. Speaker, as we take the 35% to the county governments, Mr. Speaker, we ensure as senators, we ensure that the county governments use the money in the appropriate way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm alive of the fact that this is the last financial year to the 2022 elections, Mr. Speaker. It is important, Mr. Speaker, as senators, having been given powers to oversight the county governments, we ensure that, Mr. Speaker, that when the county governments will be making their budgets of 2021-2022, we ensure that we compel the county governments to complete their flagship projects, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second reason as to why we are supporting BBI, we need to walk down the memory lane and remind ourselves, how did this BBI concept come up? Mr. Speaker, I want to remind ourselves that the BBI process began through the handshake between President Uhuru Kenyatta and Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Mr. Speaker, this came up after a very divisive election in 2017 and even in the previous years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the handshake which gave birth to BBI was meant to solve certain problems. And we need to ask ourselves, has this document issued solutions to the said problems, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, one of the problems that we faced before the handshake was this country
by the Speaker of Wajir County Assembly.
And what is that page 20 of your document?
That is page 19 of my witness statement.
And what is at page 20?
The page 20 is a letter written by the Speaker of the County Assembly of Wajir.
Page 20, I said. Look at page 20.
Page 20, sorry. Page 20 is a memoranda, public participation, that was done by the County Assembly of Wajir through the national dailies. That is a submission of memoranda by the public or public participation on the impeachment of the governor.
Now let me take you to paragraph 15 of your witness statement. Look at paragraph 15.
Paragraph 15
of your witness statement.
Yes.
Can you read to the committee what's the grounds of impeachment? What's that ground? Can you read?
Article page 15.
No.
Paragraph 16.
Yes.
16.
Yes.
Paragraph 16 is grounds of impeachment. Gross violation of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, the County Government Act, Procurement and Disposal Act 2015, and the Public Finance Management Act by the following actions, errors, or omissions. 16 says that.
No, wait, stop there. So that is your first ground. Was that your first ground in the notice of motion before the assembly?
Yes.
Can you highlight to the committee where they will find that in your notice of motion?
It is found in my notice of motion. The notice of motion is in.
No, that ground. Just highlight that ground.
That ground.
Yes. Is that what page of your?
Of my notice of motion. Let me refer to my. It's on page. It's on page 4 of my notice of motion.
So is it your evidence that that ground is captured word for word in this witness statement?
Yes, I can confirm that.
You can confirm that. Now explain very briefly what is the ground of impeachment under that ground one. What were you complaining about and what evidence you led?
On gross violation of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, the County Government Act, the Public Procurement and Disposal Act 2015, the Public Finance Management Act 2012, These are the following grounds. They are clearly shown. A was failure to account for the financial resources allocated to the county and appropriated by the county assembly by failing to provide quarterly expenditure reports to the county assembly in blatant disregard to Article 21A, 183 of the Constitution.
Now let me take to look at your witness statement.
Yes.
It starts at paragraph 16, it goes to 17, 18. Explain to the court, explain to the committee, paragraph 18.
Paragraph 18 is on the issue of pending bills. The county government of Wajir contracted the people of Wajir to do work for them, failed to pay contracts in the tune of 2,064 million. Considering that the economy of Wajir is very small, and considering the people of Wajir rely mostly on the expenditure of the county government, this is a huge sum of money for people to owe the county of Wajir.
So is it your evidence that that sum that appears at paragraph 18 of 2,064 million is work done and not paid?
These are work done and not paid, and was presented by the CCM Finance as annexed in page 63 to 97 of my annexes.
Now to your knowledge, was this budgeted for in the annual budgets of the county government of Wajir?
It was captured in the budget of 2018-19, and it was not paid.
Was money allocated for?
Yes, it was allocated. The money was allocated for.
To your knowledge, what happened to the money if it was not paid?
The money was diverted to other payments that were that will be captured later in the motion. But this money was not paid.
Go to paragraph 22 of your witness statement.
Paragraph 22 of my witness statement. The actions of the governor, the actions on the part of the governor are also violation of section 33F, as he has failed to be accountable for management and use of the county resources.
What do you explain? What do you mean by that?
Now, I want to clearly show here that these pending bills that were submitted by the CCM Finance were just a portion of the pending bills. But if you go to paragraph 23, when these pending bills were submitted from the requests by the members of the county assembly, accordingly, sometime in November 2019, a 9-member ad hoc committee was constituted through a motion table in the county assembly. Now the committee was established because of the public outcry that this money that was declared by the CCM Finance to be the pending bill was not actually the actual pending bill, but more than that. And it will be clearly be captured by my colleague Hussein in his affidavit.
So where is the evidence in your witness statement and the annexures? Where can you pinpoint to the committee to look into that report?
And it's clearly captured in annexure A17, yes, page 98 to 177 of my witness statement.
What does that show? I mean, it's a lot of documents. What does it show in a nutshell?
The committee, the formation of the committee, and I will take you to the committee report, and I just want to show you some few issues regarding the role of the committee, of the said ad hoc committee. And if I take you to page 100, and on behalf of the County Assembly Wajir ad hoc committee on pending bills, now we were given, the committee is mandated among others. I want to read for you the mandate of the committee.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
The committee will see it's on page 100.
It's on page 100. Now the committee was mandated and tasked to verify and come up with the pending bills that were not declared by the CCM. The pending bills are in the tune of almost 2 billion also. That will also be captured in the affidavit by my colleague. Now, it clearly shows that the county of Wajir, despite contracting members of the public or the companies, has also failed to declare that these contracts were done and were not paid. They only declared 2 billion. So and these 2 billion were not paid, plus the remaining also 1.6 billion was not paid.
So to your knowledge, are those pending bills still pending?
They are still pending, I can confirm that.
Okay, let me take you to paragraph 26. Explain to the committee what are those figures in paragraph 26.
Now, if you come to paragraph 26, and it's clear that the roles, there is a separation of power. The role of county assembly is to provide, one is to provide oversight role, representation. Now, in paragraph 26, you can see the money quoted, 70 million, belongs to the Assembly of Wajir for purpose of paying the salaries, mileages, and medical cover for honorable members. This money was supposed to be remitted on June 20th. If you go to annexure, page 178B, you can see the Wajir budget, that is 760 million. But this money, 70,216,902, was supposed to be submitted to Wajir County Assembly on the month of June for payment of salaries. This money, remember, this money is recurrent. It cannot be forwarded to the next month. The purpose of this money is to pay salaries, mileages, and medical cover for honorable members. To frustrate the honorable members not to do their role, this money was withheld by the county treasury. It was later brought forward to the next month. Remember, this is recurrent expenditure, which is supposed to be paid within that financial year. This money, that is 70 million, was misused by the county executive for purposes that were not appropriated by the county assembly. This is a clear violation by the county executive, and it clearly shows that the county executive has a role in making sure the county assembly does not perform its functions of oversight, representation, and legislation well.
Yes, and in terms of, if you look at from paragraph 28 to 34 of your witness statements,
yes,
you make a lot of averment on breaches of the Public Finance Management Act. Can you list for this committee what are those breaches you are saying the governor is responsible for?
From 28 to
34.
If I start with page 28, paragraph 28 still talks about the remittance of the county treasury to the county assembly, and I wanted to bring out clearly that the funds, that 70 million that was withheld by the treasury, that was withheld by the county treasury, is up to now not paid. And we are now in the next, we are in financial year, the ending financial year 2020-21, and this money was transferred from 2019 to 2020. This is a whole year.
But to your knowledge, is that money in the accounts, or?
To my knowledge, we cannot ascertain whether the money is in the account, but we can confirm that that money was used in financial year 2019-2020. As of now, we don't know where that money is.
Okay, continue.
Now,
actually, let me ask you, just looking at your evidence, just summarize what...
Senior Counsel, where can we get this annexed Magdi A110? A110. After paragraph 28, you have...
The annexure...
Yes, A110 is at page 180.
180, yeah?
180, yes.
It's good you guide us so that we know.
Yes, yes.
Page 180, yeah?
Yes, it's page 180.
Annexure Annexure A19 is a letter dated 30th June addressed to the head of treasury from the controller of budget on this issue. And annexure A10 is on page 181.
Yes, continue now. Explain or give examples of breaches of the Public Finance Management Act by the county government and the governor.
By withholding this money, the governor clearly violates Article 176 and 185 of the Constitution by disregarding the county government as an arm of independence.
Look at paragraph 31.
On paragraph 31, is a letter dated 24th June 2020 that can be found in page 181 of the annexes. On that letter, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Wajir, Honorable Ibrahim Yakub, wrote a letter to the governor asking him to come and give an address to the county assembly. The address, importance of the address is to make sure that you enumerate the policies and directions of the county government. Without direction, we don't know what policies that are supposed to be implemented. We don't know where the county is heading. The governor, since inception of the second county government of Wajir, has never done a single address, has never made a single address to the county government of Wajir. This clearly shows that the county government of Wajir has no direction at all. We don't know where we're heading. We don't know the policies that are supposed to be implemented. The governor has decided to remain mum on these issues.
But is it your evidence that first that since he came to office, he has not addressed the assembly?
Apart from opening the assembly. You know, there's a difference between coming to open the assembly and giving an address. The governor came on the first day when we sworn in the speaker to open the assembly.
And is it your evidence that it is a mandatory requirement for the chief executive to address the county?
It is a requirement. And it is a violation of Section 32K of the County Government Act 2012.
Go to paragraph 34 of your witness statement.
Yes. On paragraph 34, and we are talking about the emergency fund. Emergency funds are meant to enable payments in respect of county, in a county when an urgent or an unforeseen issue arises. Now, since inception, and it's captured in Auditor General's report on page 1, 2018, the governor has not provided. Once you withdraw money from the emergency fund, you're supposed to provide statements within 2 months to the county assembly. You seek approval. Governor never sought approval. He never seeks, he never provides statements regarding the emergency fund. This is a clear violation of Section 167 of the Public Management Act. This is like a cash cow to the governor because this money is misappropriated, is embezzled, and no report is given out. When the assembly seeks report regarding the issue, no report is given back. It's now clearly captured in the Auditor General's report on 30th June, where they don't keep separate account or separate statements for those emergency fund, the revolving fund, and budgetary fund.
To your information, how much money has been misappropriated under that heading of emergency funding?
In emergency fund, when we came in the year 2017-2018, the first emergency fund that we appropriated was 150 million. Emergency fund are usually 2% of the total revenue. So you can make the calculation is 183 almost each financial year.
So the last 3 financial years or the last 4 financial years, is it your testimony that the governor has not accounted for the emergency funds?
Yes, it's my testimony that he has not accounted for a single cent of the emergency fund.
And as a county assembly, you have no idea how it was spent?
The county assembly seeks information.
Yes.
Once information is not provided, the only avenue to go is through this impeachment motion.
Look at paragraph 38.
Sorry, again, Senior Counsel, where is this annexure A?
Annexure A1.
Which page?
112 is on page 183 of the audit. It's page 10 of the Auditor General's report. You can refer to my motion that was submitted to the Senate.
Now go to paragraph 38.
It's page 183. It's page 1 of the Auditor General's report, 2017-2018.
Go to paragraph 38 and explain to the committee what is this absence of the cash book and how that 409 million and 440 arose.
According to the Auditor General's report, the county government failed totally to maintain cash books. So this has caused a misuse of 409 and 440 respectively. This money was withdrawn with no cash book by the county treasury, contrary to the provisions of 119(5). This is a clear violation of Section 195(5) of the Public Finance Management Act. These transactions were not recorded either in the imprest, and it can be seen on Auditor General's report, page 16.
And that appears as Annexure A113 at page 213 of your document?
This one is page 16 of the Auditor General's report on my motion.
Yes, at page 213 is the... okay, that's another report. Okay. Then at paragraph 40A, what is that 172 million you refer to?
172, if you look at the page 12 of the Auditor General's report 2017-18, let me refer you to Auditor General's report, page 12, and irregular procurement of goods and services.
Please, maybe use the marked numbers on your document. 183, 182.
At the top, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Now this one is clearly in my, I'm referring to my motion that was submitted to the Senate.
Just explain quickly.
Yes.
A, B, this company called Fatco Construction and Transporters.
On Fatco Construction, it was raised by the Auditor General that this company was awarded a contract worth 34,747,105, while this company had no other companies were, 3 of the bidders were eliminated, but they had better, they had better experience, and they had better, had a lesser experience than them. This company had a lesser experience, the Fatco.
At paragraph 42 of your witness statement, explain to this committee that allegation you make that 119 million was misappropriated in Wajir County.
According to the information from the Controller of Budget, this 119 million...
SC, Senior Counsel.
Yes.
You know, I didn't get that page properly. We wanted to know, you have paginated your...
Yes.
So which page was he making reference to on the audit report?
On...
I'll get for you your Chairman.
Okay.
But we'll be giving you the pages in every annexure from now on, so that we can follow easily. Look at paragraph 42 of your witness statement.
Yes. On paragraph 42 of my witness statements, it says that 119 million was misappropriated. And now, usually the county treasury, when they're requesting funds, they make requests with suppliers list. And if you look at page 216, and there's a copy of a letter dated 26 November, page 216.
Yes, continue.
Yes, there's a letter dated 26 November that was for request for funds in the tune of 199 million. These funds were cleared on, these funds amounting to 199 million were authorized on 26 November by the Controller of Budget. Now, the supplier list to pay the funds are also in page 218. For Department of Roads, there were 24 companies in the tune of 104 million to be paid, and in the Department of Water, was 104 million. And if you go to page 220, in the Department of Roads, there were 95 million to be paid from the funds. Now, if you come back to the page, if you come back to 43, the Controller of Budget authorized that money to be paid to those companies. But the money was diverted for other use. The money, if you go to 44, the documents that were submitted by the county government of Wajir to the Controller of Budget in support of their requisition listed companies were 104 million for water, and that was 24 companies, and 95 million for roads. That were 15 companies to be paid. That can be found in page 218. But the money was not paid to the said companies. The money was diverted. Only 36 million was paid from the Department of Roads. Only 36 million were paid. sorry, from Department of Water, only 36 million were paid, and from the Department of Roads, only 43 million was paid. The remaining balance of 119 million cannot be accounted for. So you can see clearly there's a loss of 119 million that was misappropriated.
And that's what you captured, paragraph 49 of your
Yes, 49, I captured that. And some of the companies that were paid from the money were shell companies that are associated with the governor.
Okay, let's go to paragraph 51.
Paragraph?
51 of your...
51.
Yes, what's that allegation you make?
Now on paragraph 51, the issues that are raised here is overquotation of by a company named Leili that was contracted by the Wajir County government to supply bale of ugali. A bale of ugali in a local retail goes for 1,600 in Wajir town. If you go for wholesale, it's even lesser than that. This company was contracted by Wajir County government to provide bales for 2,857 bales of ugali at the cost of 3,500. That is almost 200% of the local price. That one is clear misappropriation of the fund by Wajir County government. So further, you can see some items that were not delivered 100%. Apart from the bale of ugali, the contracted company did not 100% deliver the items. And this money was later paid to the contractor at full. So you can imagine.
And that, where do you find it at what page?
And in the annexures at page 229.
229.
Page 229.
And who owns that company of Leili General Contractors? Do you know?
Leili General Contractors is owned by Osman, the witness that you called, the person you sought to be called as a witness.
Witness.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the at paragraph 53. There is a number of contracts, a number of tenders you highlight.
Senior Counsel, I think there is a senator who wants to seek a clarification.
Sorry, Chairman, to interrupt, but if I got the question from the Senior Counsel, the question was, where would you get the evidence on who was paid for the supply of those bales of unga? Then he said this on page 229 is where you will get the evidence of payment. Turning to page 229, Chair, what I find is a letter of notification of award. So I want some clarity so that at least we're able to follow.
The issue raised by the issue I was trying to explain is not the payment. I'm trying to explain the notification of award. This company was awarded a contract of 149 million to supply unga at a cost of 3,500. So the annexure there is a letter of notification of award to the supplier in response to the request for, in response to so this is a notification of award, not the payment. Notification of award basically is an agreement between the county and...
Yes, continue.
Okay, do you have page 2 of that letter? Because what we have is just page 1.
Page 229.
Do you have the next page of that letter?
We don't know the author. We don't know the author of the letter. Signature, the person who issued it. Are we together?
Them like in those of unga here, Chair.
Just go to 229. At the bottom, there is no signature. There is no author.
229 is it will clearly be captured in my. Let me guide you to my motion.
Okay, if you don't have, proceed.
Okay, now look at the page 234. Just look at page 234.
Page
234.
234.
Senior Counsel, Senator Linturi says you have not addressed his concern.
I'm sorry.
I think he says that is the notification of the award. But I think the allegation is that payments were made. Is that what you're saying, Senator?
Yes, I
so
think
he wants to see
your knowledge was payment made to that company for that emergency tender for maize.
And where do we get that evidence?
If I read through my statement,
let me be very specific and clear. The evidence that we are seeking here is the evidence for payment of that supply. When you refer us to page 229, what we find is a notification of a warrant for various items. But even if you were to look at this notification, there is nowhere where you will find there is any reference to the supply of maize flour.
And
yes, just explain that.
I want to explain this one clearly.
Have you understood first?
Yeah, I understood him very well.
Senator,
so I want to
look at the last item. There is, I assume ugali is what you are talking about.
Well, yes, ugali.
Ugali pale.
The last item
flour
is ugali. 3,500.
Chairman, from where we sit, the witness really should get no such help. This is document, and let him point out where it is ugali, whether it is maize flour. That is for him.
That's obvious.
Okay. Answer the senator to his satisfaction.
Senator, what I want to bring out here is from a statement sought by a member of the County Assembly. He sought to be, the statement is here.
You'll do us a lot of favor if you make reference to a page so that we are able to
I'll refer to you.
Just read the page at the top.
This is page 229.
Okay, we are there. 229.
Page 229 is a notification of award. You can see at number 9, at the bottom of the page, ugali, a bell, goes for 3,500.
Is there any place we can find that? The next page. Is there a next page first? Is there page 2 of that letter? To your knowledge, is there page 2 of that letter?
It was supposed to be here.
Is there any way we can find, to your knowledge?
Yes. Let me find it in my... Can you give me a minute and find it in my motion?
Okay, we'll come back. What were you saying in relation to page 230?
In relation to?
Page 230.
Page 230.
Yes.
Now this was a response to request for a statement on county food and non-food items that were issued. This was a statement that was sought by a member for Wagberi Ward. If you go through, they're asking how many food and non-food items were brought. So you can see here, and on the delivery of those goods. If you go to page 231, there's sleeping mat, there's tarpaulin, and the delivery percent is 93 and 80% delivered. But the main issue that we want to bring out here is the issue of award of a contract to supply a bale of ugali at a cost of 3,500.
Now, Senator...
There's no issue, there's no mention of payment here. What I mentioned here is the issue of 3,500 being paid.
No, but let's go
back. Being awarded.
Wait. Let's go back to the question by Senator Lanturi. To your knowledge, was payment made for that ugali or bale or maize?
A notification of award.
That we know. To your knowledge, just if you say you know, say yes. If you don't, you say you don't.
No.
You are not aware?
Yeah, I'm not aware of the payment.
Okay. Now let's go to paragraph 53 of your witness statement.
Yes.
Can you explain those tenders and what the issues you are raising about this?
And on paragraph 53, these are adverts that were placed on the local dailies. The adverts can be seen on Annex A121, that is page 319. Page 319. Page 319, this is a tender notice by the county government of Wajir, and according to the budget that was appropriated for Wajir County 2020-2021, there was no provisions or there was no budget for construction of mega dams. As you can see here, there was an advert of 4 mega ponds that were to be constructed in 4 sub-counties. This issue clearly shows that the governor had gone out of budget. The purpose or the role of County Assembly of Wajir is to appropriate budget. And for you to change the budget, you have to seek the approval of the Assembly again. Now, they have advertised for these projects. Some of the projects were tendered, they were awarded, and were paid, while other companies within water, for example, if I may take you to paragraph if I take you to paragraph 62
of your witness statement.
Of my witness statement regarding the same issue. In paragraph 52, in paragraph 62, there's a company that was contracted by Wajir County government to provide service. The company provided service at a cost of 18 million. On 22nd May, the company completed the work and was given a letter of completion by the engineer. This company was not paid. The company sought legal redress and it was given 21 million as damages and costs on 26 November. Now, annexure here, you can see the on A23, you can see the annexures. That is on page. That is on.
When I start, let me take you back to paragraph 53.
I want to bring out clearly the issue of misappropriation of funds and favorism here. This supplier provided service to the county government, has waited for his money for almost 4 years. He went to court. He was supposed to be paid his money on 20th November, 26th November. But these companies that had done projects that were awarded contracts on December were paid their monies on 1st of February 2021 and 21st of April 2021. These companies are Fortune Enterprise and Lely General Constructors Limited. This one now clearly shows there's favorism, there is abuse of office by the governor.
So let's go now. Let's go to another issue, which is at paragraph 56. Can you explain to this committee what issue you are raising?
On page 56.
Paragraph 56.
On paragraph 56, this is in regard to Department of Medical Health and Services. County Assembly of Wajir has allocated over 2.4 billion in the last 3 financial years. You can here see annexed, page 320, is the Wajir supplementary budget. Now, this issue that will be captured clearly by my colleague, Honorable Hussein, in his witness affidavit, is, it shows that Wajir County Assembly appropriated 2.4 billion to the Department of Health. That is in line with the public policy requirement, national health policy requirement of 20%. As we speak now, the referral hospital of Wajir, the renal unit is closed. The employees of Wajir Health Department are on strike. And we have provided 2.9 billion to provide those services. This is a clear misuse of public funds.
Now, the lawyers for the governor said that this issue of health was not captured in your notice of motion. Can you show this committee where in your notice of motion that was captured?
Well, if you go to my notice of motion, P for play.
What page? Show, say the page.
It's page 11 of
Page
my
11
notice
at
of
the
motion.
top.
Yes. Page 11 on my notice of motion clearly captures the issue of Public Health Department, Department of Medical Service and Public Health.
And it goes up to page 12?
It goes up to page 12.
Yes, so the other witness will capture. Let's go to the next one now.
Yes.
Let's go to paragraph 59. Are you there, 59?
Yes.
What are the allegations you make in paragraph 59?
In paragraph 59, and the allegations I'm making is that the governor is in abuse of power and authority contrary to Article 236.
What do you mean?
The governor has reshuffled almost 6 times the number of chief officers in the Department of Finance. This is a very critical department. We believe that the governor is doing this is in concealing important information in the docket of finance, where every chief officer who comes in is transferred again. So there is no accountability.
And at paragraph 60, what do you say?
At paragraph 60, there's also been a... At paragraph 60 is where now the governor has really delegated his duties to his wife, Ms. Khaira Omar.
What do you mean delegated? Can you explain?
The governor has not only allowed Ms. Khaira Omar to run the county, he has actually left the roles that were supposed to be performed by him to her. For example, as an assembly, or every time we meet the governor, or in every sittings where the governor is supposed to address the assembly, the issues that are raised there are raised by Her Excellency the governor, the First Lady.
Does she participate in the meetings?
She participates in the meetings. She makes decisions on behalf of the governor. Sometimes the meetings are chaired by the First Lady.
I want that to be clear. Are you saying that she chairs meetings?
Chairman,
yes.
That testimony is not captured.
Councillor Nyamodi.
That testimony is not captured in either the witness statement or the motion.
Your Honor, my learned friend is being just disruptive. We don't have to capture each and every issue. It will run into pages and pages. What we are making is that we are raising an issue, and it's for the witness when he is on the stand to expound on that and give us incidents of that issue. I think my learned friend is out of order.
Chairman, the governor is entitled to a response.
Just a minute.
Take notes.
I think senior counsel,
yes,
the issue that counsel for governor is raising, which is good that the answer captures. He says that this particular allegation was not raised before the county assembly. Is that what I'm hearing you, counsel, saying? Counsel Nyamodi?
I'm saying it was not raised before the county assembly,
yep,
and it is not raised in any of the witness statements or depositions we have, because the governor is entitled to a response.
So I think what I want the witness to show us is where it was raised before the assembly or where it appears in his...
You can see in my motion.
Page 12
in my motion page?
12 and 13.
Page?
Page 12 of 13.
Page 12.
Roman 2.
Roman 2.
Yes.
Page 12.
Can we go together to page 12, Roman 2? I'm reading. Violation of Article 73. The governor has allowed his wife. Okay. Councillor Nyamodi, I think, is there.
But Chairman, I think I have to make the point. Isn't it very clear when the witness statement says, and the motion, both of them, that the governor...
No, I think I've seen it.
I want to emphasize. Because I want to show how frivolous these interjections are.
Yeah,
it says the governor has allowed his wife to literally run the affairs of the county. as the
think,
de facto authority.
Yeah, I think also,
Yes.
if you go to page 12, Roman 2, are we together, Council?
We're together,
Nyamodi?
Chairman.
I think they say there, the governor has allowed his wife to literally run the county affairs as the de facto authority.
That is the extent, Chairman,
Yes.
with tremendous respect of the testimony. The addition that she chairs executive committee meetings is not in any testimony. And that is where my objection comes from.
No, read it. It's continue. Chairman,
Let's, excuse me, let's have decorum. You know, if you read through, they say that she unilaterally make I don't know what that means, based on her own wishes and judgment without due regard to any law. So I think what you can counter that evidence, but what they are trying to do is to adduce evidence in support of that allegation.
It's okay, we shall deal with
But you
him
can
in cross.
counter that when you quote your witnesses.
We'll deal with him in cross-examination.
So you can proceed.
I mean, I think you are just explaining to the chairman and the committee that there are certain meetings where the wife of the honorable governor presides over. Can you elaborate us on that point?
I want to make a correction on the council of the governor. I didn't mention the issue of executive meeting. I didn't say she sits on the. I said on our meeting as members of the county assembly when we're meeting the governor. That is not an executive committee meeting. That one is a meeting between the assembly and the governor.
But here maybe we might have to seek your directions once more, dealing issue with senior. How do we deal with scandalous evidence that has already gone on record and we do not have an opportunity of response? The question of scandalous and vexatiousness is an issue here, that it is not protected under the Evidence Act. We seek your guidance.
Perhaps, Chairman, another item of guidance with a witness of this. I don't know what we would need to do to have recourse to the Hansard of this committee meeting, because he's saying one thing and he jumps onto the other side and says something else.
Okay, I think for clarity, can we from you, Honorable Isaac,
Yes.
what do you want us to take on record?
I want you to take on record as me saying that she sits in the sittings between the assembly and the governor.
Not in the executive.
Not in the executive.
Okay,
I have not mentioned the executive meeting.
we'll order the other part which refers to the executive to be expunged from the answer.
Thank you.
And we take what you have said.
For further elaboration and deliberation, this one can be done by witness Honorable Shuaib. We'll take on that one.
Okay, can you explain, if you look at both your petition and the witness statements, there's this line that says that the governor has allowed his wife to literally run the county affairs as the de facto authority. What do you mean?
And Honorable Chair, orders to the employees of the county are given by the First Lady. Although it's not done formally, but the orders are given by her. It's clear and it's known to everybody in Wajir that she rules with iron fist. She's the one who is in charge of the county.
Now the next line I will ask you is that...
Chairman.
Ahmed Nasir, proceed.
Yes. Now, in that page 12 of Roman 2, you say he ceremoniously officiates and signs off where necessary for decisions she unilaterally makes based on her own wish and judgment without due regard of. Explain, because I want to ask you a question on that. What do you mean by that?
I mean the orders, and the governor's responsibility is just to sign the documents, like the budget documents. But in the execution of the budget, the person who handles the chief officer finance, the person who handles the CEC finance is the governor's wife.
Chairman, just...
Honorable Outa, you have an intervention?
Yeah, Chair, I just wanted to get some clarification whether these meetings were formal or informal, where the First Lady is arbitrarily attending as, as part of executive.
Honorable Isaac,
Yes,
what Senator Ruto is saying
yes,
is that when you make an allegation,
yes,
if you look at our standing orders, what we are looking for is substantiation.
yes,
You will not be able to substantiate if you don't make reference to where that evidence can be found in your bundle. So when you say signs of where necessary decisions unilaterally, you need to guide us and say, these can be found in page this of this bundle.
I mentioned earlier.
Otherwise, if you just say, then how do we say this allegation has been substantiated before us?
These allegations can be further substantiated by a third witness who will appear before you.
So that's what you want us to record?
Yes.
That you are not able to substantiate what you are saying,
Yes.
but the next witness will substantiate.
Yes, he has a sworn affidavit who will substantiate further.
Okay, we'll record it as such. Senator Susan Kihika.
Just a quick one, Chair, as I know he's saying, the witness is saying that another witness
he's referring to paragraph 3.
Yes.
So can you quickly respond to his question then?
You're talking about annexed herein.
I have asked you to read the last 2 lines of paragraph 3. Just read them.
The last 2 lines.
Yes.
Grounds inter alia of gross misconduct. Why don't you read for me and I see?
It's not my witness statement. The last 2 lines of paragraph 3.
Can you show me then?
This is your witness statement.
Yes, it's my witness statement.
There is a paragraph 3 in between paragraph 2 and paragraph 4.
Yes, 3. I am here.
2 lines.
I am here.
Please read to the committee the last 2 lines.
The last 2 lines.
Annexed
here.
Yes.
Yes, annexed here and mark A1 is a copy of notice of motion dated 20th April. Yes.
What is that?
Is a notice of motion.
When is it dated?
It's dated 19th.
And who is it signed by?
Abdullahi.
Is it a different document from the one you referred to in paragraph 3?
A notice of motion was presented on 20th.
What does it say about the date of the notice of motion in paragraph 3?
This is when I presented my notice.
What does it say? Just answer my question. What does it say about the date of the notice of motion in paragraph 3?
It's 19/4/2021.
Is document 1 the notice of motion?
Yes.
Is it dated the 20th?
On top it's dated 20th.
Does it bear the date 20th?
It bears, yeah.
You signed it with your hand?
I signed on 19th, but I presented on 20th.
No. Is it dated the 20th?
Yes.
Is it dated by you the 20th?
By me it's dated 19th.
Thank you. Let's move to paragraph 9. And I want to ask you a question as an experienced. I want to ask you a question as an experienced member of the Wajir County Assembly.
Yes.
The Wajir County Assembly is, of course, bound or enjoined to carry out the provisions of Article 118 of the Constitution of this Republic.
Article 118?
Yes, it deals with public participation.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the Wajir County Assembly publishes bills and does other activities in furtherance of its legislative mandate.
Yes.
How does the Wajir County Assembly normally publicize its bills and its other activities in furtherance of its legislative mandate?
And there are many ways we can do it.
Such as?
Through public memoranda and adverts placed like this one. Yes, through local stations, through city, public halls. Yes.
Okay. Now, I want us to look at paragraph 9 of your witness statement.
Yes.
Where you state that accordingly, a notice was placed in the local daily calling for the submission of memoranda, public participation, and appearance of the governor of Wajir before the county assembly.
Yes.
Now, was any other form of public participation conducted in respect of this matter? Were there any local memorandum? Were there any announcement in local halls?
Yes.
Does your witness statement state that?
No.
And without downplaying the status of a county like Wajir, what is the uptake of newspapers within the county of Wajir? These newspapers you vaguely describe as local dailies. What is their uptake in the county of Wajir?
It's huge. The uptake is big.
Such as how big?
I don't have the statistics, but it's big.
Okay. Was this mode of public participation the most effective?
It's the one we use in our public participation.
You've told the committee already that you use more than this. And in this one, the only testimony you have is that this is the mode you use. Is this the most effective?
This is not the only mode we used.
Does your witness statement state that you used any other mode?
It's not captured in my witness statement, but
Right,
the other
thank you.
modes we used.
Thanks. Now, I want us to go to page 20. Are we together?
Yes.
You're an extra AI4.
Page?
Page 20.
Page 20.
The document that says County Assembly of Wajir at the top and the bottom says scanned with CAM scanner.
Yes.
Okay. Now I want you to look at that document, and I want you to look at paragraph 9 at the same time. And I want to ask you a question. Does paragraph 9 state which local daily this advertisement was purportedly placed in?
Paragraph?
9. You're eating into my time.
Yeah, I'm reading through my paragraph. No.
Okay. Does the document on page 20 state which local daily it was placed in?
It's not captured here, but it's states.
Does it state which daily it appeared in?
It was placed on a local dailies, but it doesn't capture here.
Okay. I want us then to move on, and I want us to get into the evidence you give under the grounds of impeachment, and I want you to look at paragraph 16 of your affidavit.
Yes.
How long have you been a member of the Wajir County Assembly?
From 2017, August.
From 2017, August?
Yes.
You're a first-time member of County Assembly?
Yes.
Okay. And what are some of the roles that county assemblies play in the devolved system of government in this republic?
There are many roles we play.
What are some of the notable or important?
We do oversight roles through committees. We do preparation of budgets, not preparation, approval of budgets.
Okay. Oversight and approval of budget.
Yes.
And the oversight role is exclusively carried out by the assembly.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want you to look at the third line from the bottom and read for me the sentence that starts the governor.
The governor, as the oversight authority of the county, in performing the functions under section 32, is accountable for management and use of county resources.
Now, does the governor or the executive perform any oversight function?
His staff, in dealing with his staff.
He performs an oversight function.
He's in charge of the executive.
That is true.
Yes.
That is very true.
Yes.
But in the county government setup, is oversight carried out by the assembly or
by the executive? By the assembly.
Thank you. I want us to move on to paragraph 17. And I want to draw you to the middle of paragraph 17. And listening to what you have been saying, the testimony that you have been
Council,
saying.
just for my clarification and the members, which act are you referring to when you say section 30 subsection 2? Which statutes in your paragraph 16?
Paragraph?
In paragraph 16, you have said functions under section 30 subsection 2. Of which statutes?
In performing the functions under section 30.
Which statute are you referring to?
County Government Act.
County Government Act?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Listening to the testimony that you have rendered this afternoon, you have placed the blame for everything that has gone wrong or may have gone wrong in your view in the county of Wajir squarely at the doorstep of the governor. Mr. Isaac?
Pardon?
I have asked you the question.
Yes.
That listening to your testimony, you have squarely placed the blame for anything that may have gone wrong in the county of Wajir squarely at the doorstep of the government.
You have not clarified where am I in the middle.
I'm getting there.
Where the middle? There. Okay.
I'm not there yet.
Okay.
The general trajectory of your testimony,
yes,
is that anything and everything that has gone wrong in the county of Wajir is the responsibility or must be blamed on the government.
In the county executive side, yes.
Now, I want you to read the sentence to the committee. It is the fourth sentence beginning the governor through.
The governor has to date.
No, the governor through. Fourth line from the bottom.
The governor, through the respective accounting officer, has failed to provide quarterly expenditure reports to the county assembly in blatant disregard of Article 201A, 183(3) of the Constitution, and Section 149 and 166 of the Public Finance Management Act, 2012.
When you say the governor through the accounting officer, what do you mean?
Executive committee members.
Therefore,
he performs his roles through the executive committee members. That's what I meant.
Okay. Does the county assembly have the ability to summon executive committee members?
Yes.
Is there any evidence in your witness statement that this accounting officer that you refer to in paragraph 17 has been summoned by your assembly at any time?
There are several summons we sent.
In your witness statement, is there any such evidence?
There are several summons we sent, and to some extent even we impeach a CEC for failing to perform his roles.
And I acknowledge that that really is
but the
ability
CEC
of
still,
the assembly.
Yeah.
But this accounting officer that you refer to in paragraph 17, you don't state who he is. But is there any evidence in your witness statement that you have summoned?
No.
Okay. Now, I want us to move on to the issue of pending bills. And I want to refer you to paragraph 22 of your witness statement, where you state at the top the actions on the part of the governor. Now, I want to ask you the question, What actions have you referred to in respect of pending bills before you refer to paragraph 22? What actions have you referred to in your statement?
Pardon?
What actions have you referred to? What actions of the governor have you referred to?
We were talking about the pending bills, the accrued pending bills that were not paid.
Correct.
So the actions of the governor not to pay the pending bills.
Have you referred to that in your witness statement?
Yes.
Where have you referred to that?
I said to date the same has not been paid, exposing the county government of Wajir to unsustainable debt.
Precisely. But you have not said that it is the governor who has not paid. Have you?
Who else is supposed to pay?
No, have you said it?
It is the governor, of course.
Have you said it? Let's move on, and I'll ask the committee to note your silence. Now, in the...
So is there an answer so that we know what to record to that question?
I have mentioned here on paragraph 21. To date, the same has not been paid, exposing the county government of Wajir to unsustainable debt. The governor, in his capacity as chief executive officer of the county and the chair of county executive committee as per section 32H, is mandated and responsible to ensure that members of the county executive perform their functions. Right? That's where I referred to.
Have you stated that the action of the governor is not paying bills? That is the function of the governor.
I have stated here clearly, the governor as the chief executive officer of the county.
But what is the action?
He is the overall. The buck stops at him.
What action have you referred to in that paragraph? That is a function under the act.
So what are you asking?
Sorry.
He's taking me round.
Honorable Isaac.
Yes.
There's a way we conduct business. When you ask the question, you answer the question. You don't answer a question by asking another one.
Thank you.
So just provide the information that is being asked for and tell us where to find it. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the following paragraphs, paragraph 22, 23, you refer to 23, 24, you refer to an ad hoc committee of the Assembly that was put together to audit certain pending bills.
Yes.
And I just want to refer you to page 98.
Page 98.
And ask you whether this is the report from page 98 to page 117, whether this is the report of that committee, Mr. Issa.
Yes, this is a report of the ad hoc committee.
Now, I want to refer you to page 116 of that document from the part headed conclusion and recommendation. Are we together, Mr.
Yes, yes.
Now, if I recall your testimony, what you stated was this was the report that indicated that there were massive problems with pending bills in the country.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your own words, I want you to read from the top, paragraph 6.0.
Conclusions and recommendations.
Yes.
The questions of pending bills has bedeviled most counties since inception of devolution, and county government of Wajir is no exception.
I'll stop you there. You are saying that the issue of pending bills is common through all the 47 counties.
Yes.
And this committee acknowledges that.
Yes.
It acknowledges that the issue of pending bills is not unique to Wajir County.
Yes.
Okay, go on.
Further continued, non-payment of bills to contractors and suppliers not only dented the image of the county government, but has affected its economy and disrupted its operation. This also exposes the county to risk of litigation.
So those are the general observations that you make.
Yes.
Continue next paragraph.
The committee is of the considered opinion that the recommendations contained in this report will go a long way in ensuring that the issue of pending bills will not arise again. However, the committee wishes to note that pending bills have arisen largely due to lack of clear operational procedures or failure to comply with such procedures wherever they existed. It is therefore necessary to ensure continued adherence to operational procedures across all departments of the county government.
All right. What is the remedial action that is proposed by the committee in this paragraph?
The committee has now concluded from there.
No, in the paragraph that you have just read,
yes.
What is the action that the committee proposes? Is it not?
Committee has not.
That it is necessary to ensure continued adherence to operational procedures across all departments of the country.
Yes.
That is after noting what is going on. That is what you point out.
Yes.
All right. Let us go to the next paragraph. Continue.
The committee has now concluded the pending bills verification exercise and has recommended the following.
1.
The committee recommends an independent internal audit section be established by end of June 2020 to undertake regular system audits on various operational processes, including staff recruitment and promotion, procurement of goods and services, issuance and surrender of interest, payment procedures, fleet management, revenue collection, amongst others.
Next.
This is needed to ensure that the recommendations contained in this report are implemented fully if pending bills are to be avoided in future. The committee therefore recommends that His Excellency appoints a small team of not more than 4 persons from among the county government staff to oversee implementation of the recommendations herein. That
is a recommendation that you make directly vectored at the governor.
Yes.
That he appoints a small committee.
Yes.
Okay, go on. Roman 3.
The Chief Officer of Water Resources Development, Health, Roads Department have committed budget outside the allocations in the Annual Development Plan and CFSB. The Chief Officers are Yusuf Daib Ali, Abdullahi Mohammed Hassan, Nur Mohammed Sheikh of Water, Public Health and Roads. This is in contravention to Regulation 55(2)B of the Public Finance Management, County Government Regulations 2015, which stipulates that the finalized and signed contracts are budgeted for first before new projects are considered by the accounting officer for the county government entity. The above mentioned officers must be investigated by ESC and procurement PPO.
PPO.
Yes, Public Procurement Oversight Authority.
Now, why does the report focus here on chief officers?
They are the accounting officers.
They are the accounting officers?
Yes.
They are the ones who are responsible for the money?
Yes.
And that is why this recommendation is made to the chief officer?
Yes.
Is this recommendation made in your report in respect of the government?
No.
Let us go on to the next bit. Continue.
The Pending Bills Committee further has come up with recommendations that will address various weaknesses and inadequacies that were observed in the course of undertaking this exercise, which, if implemented, will go a long way in improving service delivery. The committee submits this report to His Excellency the Governor in the hope that it will be of assistance to the county in its continued search for better ways to serve its citizens.
Now, we'll come back to the report in a minute, but I want you to look at, there are some documents that I had difficulty with, the ones on page 118, 119, and 120, and 121.
118,
18, 119,
19,
20, well, not 20, and 21.
And 21.
What are these documents? They are in your witness statement, but you don't introduce them.
Yes.
You don't introduce them, but what are
these are part of the report. They are part of the ad hoc committee report.
Okay. And
the annexes.
What are they?
These are documents that were sent.
For example, what is the one on page 118?
118, submission of pending bills of all departments. This is a letter sent to the CC Finance requesting submission of pending bills of all departments of the county government of Wajir.
Look at the third paragraph. Isn't it a summon that he appears before the committee?
Yes.
Look at the beginning of the fifth paragraph on page 119. What is its purpose?
Beginning of?
The beginning of the fifth paragraph on page 119. What is the purpose of this letter?
The delayed payment of goods.
Yes.
And services procured by county government led to deterioration of financial positions of business, and in particular the SMEs, which also led to negative impact on the county economy.
What is the conclusion? The last paragraph on the letter on page 120?
The last paragraph?
Yes. It is in this
regard that you are required to submit a detailed list of pending bills of all departments of the county government of Wajir on or before Friday 29th November 2019.
Good. And that is a letter to the CEC Finance?
Yes.
Okay. Page 121. Page 121?
This is an invitation to appear before the committee on pending bills.
Okay.
This is the county secretary.
And this is to the county secretary?
Yes.
And you say these are all part of the report?
Yes.
Are any of those letters addressed to the government?
No.
Why are they addressed to the officers that they are?
They're in charge of those departments.
Good. But this report is produced in your affidavit or in your witness statement as evidence why the governor should be impeached.
Yes.
Now, I want you to look at the witness, the report that we have spent a few minutes on. And I want to ask you, what is the tone of this report?
Pardon?
Is it accusing the governor?
No.
Is it making recommendations for the better functioning of the county government of Wajir?
Yes.
Good. So that is the purpose of this report?
Yes.
Good. Now, I want us to look at paragraph 27 and 28. You produce two letters here, AI9 and AI10, which are on page 179, you refer to them, and 180.
Paragraph 27.
Yes, the annexure on paragraph 27, you refer to AI9 and you refer to AI10.
Yes.
Correct?
Page 180.
Yeah. Then in paragraph 29, you then state that the actions on the part of the governor is clear violation of Article 176(1) and 185 of the Constitution.
On paragraph 29.
Yes.
The action on the part of the governor is a clear violation of Article 176(1) and 185 of the Constitution of Kenya.
Yes. That is your testimony.
Yes.
Now, I want you to look at page 179. And I want to ask you the question, what was the action required of the governor by the letter on page 179? Who is it addressed to?
It's addressed to the controller of budget. It's addressed to controller of. It's addressed to head of treasury.
From whom?
From the controller of budget.
What action is required of the governor?
Pardon?
What action is required of the governor by this letter?
The action of governor through the county treasury is to release funds to. The funds to release funds.
On the face of this letter?
Yes.
Is there any action that is apparent of the governor?
This money...
Is the controller of budget asking the governor to do anything?
No.
All right. Now, I want us to go to page 180. And in respect of page 180, I will ask you the question again. Who is the letter addressed to?
Yes.
Who is the letter addressed to on page 180?
The letter is addressed to the Director of Banking Service.
Good. Where?
Pardon?
The Director of Banking Service.
Central Bank. Central Bank.
All right. And who is the letter by?
It's from the County Treasury. It's from the CC Finance.
Now, is there any action required by the governor or of the governor by the letter on page 180?
No.
Okay. Now, I want to take you further back, and I want to refer you to paragraph 25 of your affidavit. And I just want you to read the first sentence of paragraph 25.
There has been a failure. First sentence. Paragraph 25.
Yes, sir.
There has been a failure to draft the medium-term strategy for financial year 2020-21 in contravention of Section 123 of Public Finance Management Act 2012.
That is your testimony?
Yes.
Now, this is important because one of the grounds that you have stated that the governor should be impeached for is gross violation of the law. And I want to refer you to Section 123 of the Public Finance Management Act, and I just want you to read it out loudly to the committee.
Senators, anybody wants to, if you want to follow the law, we have the statutes here. But go ahead.
Please read out Section 123 of the PFMA.
Section 123 of the PFM Act says, yes, County Treasury to submit county government debt management strategy to County Assembly. On or before 28 February in each year, the County Treasury shall submit to the County Assembly a statement setting out the debt management strategy of the county government over the medium term with regard to its actual liability and potential liability in respect of loans and its plans of dealing with those liabilities.
Now, Mr. Isaac, you will agree with me that what is referred to is a debt management strategy.
Yes.
And that is not what you referred to in paragraph 25. You made reference to Section 167 of the same Act. in your testimony in chief. I want to quickly just refer you to that provision. And the testimony you gave in respect of section 167 was to accuse the governor of not accounting to the assembly for the county emergency fund. And I will just ask you again, what does section 167 of that act provide?
Which one, 1 or
167? What does
167, 1 or 2 or 3, which one?
All of them.
It's 167 says annual reporting by administrators of county public funds. Number 1, the administrator of a county public fund established by constitution, an act of parliament or county legislation shall prepare financial statements for the fund for each financial year in form prescribed by the Accounting Standard Board. In preparing financial statement for a county public fund, the administrator shall ensure that the report contains information on the financial and non-financial performance of a fund. Not later than 3 months after the end of each financial year, the administrator of a county public fund shall submit the financial statements prepared under this section to the Auditor General. The administrator shall submit a copy of the report to the County Executive Committee member responsible for the fund.
Now, the section 167 consistently makes reference to the administrator of the fund.
Yes.
Would the administrator of the fund be the same as the accounting officer?
Administrator of the fund? For this fact is accounting officer.
I beg your pardon?
The accounting officer.
Okay. Now, in your experience...
Sorry, Council, where is that mentioned in the affidavit? Which paragraph?
No, this is his testimony in chief.
Okay.
He said this of his own mouth.
Okay, proceed.
Is the governor an accounting officer in any instance?
The governor is the executive chief officer of the county.
Please answer my question. Is the governor an accounting officer in any instance?
No.
So, does section 167 of the Public Finance Management Act refer to the governor?
No.
I am getting to the tail end of my cross-examination, and the rest won't take very long. I want to refer you to paragraph 59 of your statement on page 13 at the bottom. Paragraph 59, under the heading Abuse of Office, Gross Misconduct. You make the complaint here that the governor has reshuffled chief officers in the finance department 6 times.
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you the question, is the governor allowed to reshuffle chief officers? Is the governor doing anything that he cannot do by reshuffling his chief officers?
He is allowed to.
Does he do it in consultation with the county assembly?
No.
So, what is the basis of your complaint?
The basis of my argument is this being an important docket. The finance docket being the mother of all dockets in that county. It has to have stability. When you change constantly chief officers, you are giving room for malpractices. You are giving room for non-accountability.
When I said, with tremendous respect,
yes.
Are you the governor of Wajir County?
No.
And it is the governor's responsibility to organize his chief officer?
Yes.
I want you to look at paragraph 61.
Yes.
Of your witness statement.
Yes.
And I want to ask 2 questions. One, the recommendation in the judgment in ACC 47 of 2018 is that His Excellency, the Governor, Ambassador Mohammed Abdi Mahmoud, be investigated for abuse of office in relation to the case. Do you know whether, and this is the question, do you know whether the Governor has been investigated?
No.
Do you know the outcome of the investigation if it has taken place?
No.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you the next question, and this is an important question. Here, you annex a judgment. Isn't it? That judgment appears towards the end of your annexes.
Yes.
Now, I want you to please show me that judgment in the motion before the Assembly.
Pardon?
Here you have annexed a judgment.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
I want you to show me the same judgment in the motion before the Assembly.
It's not in my motion.
So it is here for the first time?
Yes.
Now, I want us then to move on. We are now making good progress. In respect of paragraph 62, Batato Construction Limited, Company Limited.
Yes.
Now, you had, we spent some time with you on the report that of the ad hoc committee about pending bills.
Yes.
But in your statement, in support of your motion for impeachment against the governor,
yes,
you pick out just this one company.
I picked it because it's in relation to the Department of Water, and it's in relation to awards of contracts to these 4 companies.
I put it to you,
yes,
that you are debt collecting for this company.
Come on.
That is why out of the several pending bills, out of the several contractors who have not been paid in Wajir County, you chose this one.
Let me tell you something about.
I have put it to you. So it is yes or no?
It's no.
Oh.
I'm not debt collecting for this company.
Very well.
Yes.
And that is all the cross-examination I wish to subject this witness to. And I cede the rest of our time to my learned colleague, Mr. Ndegwa. And perhaps I, at this juncture, plead for a slight extension because it took a longer time to get the answers we desired out of this witness.
I suspect you, timekeeper, you had only 5 minutes.
My lord, this is, sorry. One day, perhaps, Mr. Chairman. One day, perhaps. So, Mr. Chairman, yes. This is an important witness because he is the mover of the motion. We really plead for a little more time so that we can test his evidence.
Okay. We are not doing very well with time. This is 4:30, but I will exercise my discretion and give you 10 more, so you have 15.
Mr. Witness, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So, timekeeper, please.
You have testified lengthily about the question of pending bill, yes?
Yes. I have also...
Is the question of pending bill a legislation or a directive?
Can I say what I've also said about pending bills?
I'm asking you, witness.
Yes.
Is the question of pending bill a legislation or a policy directive?
Pending bill?
Yes.
On our side, it's a legislation.
Is it a national legislation? Yes or no?
I can't get your question clearly.
Okay. Do we have any law that regulates the issue of pending bills in this country, that Parliament of the National Parliament has legislated, or this or the Senate?
Yes.
Or would you lead us to that particular section?
The issue of pending bill?
Yes.
That has been legislated by the Assembly?
I'm asking, has Senate or the National Assembly legislated on issues of pending bills?
The issues of pending bills, there were no law, but there were circular.
There are no laws.
Yes. But there's a circular.
And so here you are indicting the governor on an issue that has not been legislated, yes? Mr. Witness, it is your statement, averments that the county government is unable, has accrued unsustainable debt, yes?
Yes.
What is the threshold of sustainability of a debt of a county?
Depends on the
What
budget.
What is the threshold? Is there a threshold or there none?
The threshold is what they can pay.
It is not there, yes?
Yes.
You have also said that the governor has violated Article 176(1) and Article 181, yes?
Where did I say that?
D. Do you have your notice of motion?
Yes, I have.
Of motion?
Yes.
Kindly refer to D. What is the averment there?
D.
You said that he has undermined the authority of the assembly, yes?
D. A minute. Let me go to my motion. In D.
Is that your testimony? Is it done at the behest of the speaker?
But your question was through the address. My friend, you are talking about the address to the county by the speaker.
Witness, kindly compose yourself, listen to my question.
Honorable Chair, I need your protection here. I am being Mr. Speaker. The council asked me about the governor's address.
Council Ndegwa.
Yes.
Maybe we need to speak from the same page. I think the accusation by the county assembly is that he has failed to deliver the
public address.
Annual state of the county to the county assembly. The accusation is not that he has refused to respond to the invitation.
Yes, I'm aware.
They are two different things.
And the question,
I think the accusation is that there is violation of the law.
Yes. And the next chair that he has referred to, Chair, is a letter that the speaker is soliciting for this address. So I am leading the witness to paint the aspect of malice on the part of the county assembly. That's why I'm putting up that question. Mr. Witness, would you answer?
You're referring to?
I'll ask you this for the last time.
Okay.
Is the speaker supposed to write to the governor asking him to come address the assembly?
Because he has failed in the
subsequent... Is he supposed to write?
If he has failed in the previous years, he is supposed to write, yes.
Okay. Now, I want to take you to ground C of your motion.
What?
Are you there?
Pardon?
Ground C.
Ground C.
Yes. Are you at ground C?
Ground C, failure, yes.
Failure to draft minimum term strategy for the financial year, yes?
Yes.
Who is responsible of drafting that midterm strategy?
The finance department through CC Finance.
The CC Finance?
Yes.
Does the governor double up as the governor and CC Finance?
No.
Yes? Mr. Witness, apart from the 2020-2021 medium-term strategy. Do you have any evidence where that failure has occurred?
No.
Have you ever sought for the provision of that medium-term strategy?
I don't need to seek. It has to be provided by the governor.
I want to take you to ground D of your motion. But before I do that, the absence of that strategy medium term, is there any financial consequence suffered by the county government?
Yes.
What are the examples of the legal and financial consequences that the county government might suffer?
Liabilities.
What examples?
Failure to pay their debts.
Yes?
Yes.
Failure to do what?
To pay their debts.
Failure to pay their debts. We have addressed that. Let's go to D of the motion.
Yes.
You are accusing the governor of having not remitted the requested county assembly funds. Yes?
D.
Is that the accusation?
D is on violation of Article 176.
Yes? D. D of the motion.
D of the motion.
Yes.
Violation of Article 176 and 185 of the Constitution by disregarding the county assembly as an arm of county government and further undermining its 3 cardinal roles. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes?
I want us to deal with the question of the remittance.
Yes.
That is D. You are accusing the governor of having failed to remit Kenya shillings 70 million as requested. Yes?
Yes.
Do you have the requisition before
Pardon?
the assembly, the committee?
Pardon?
Do you have that requisition, evidence of requisition that the governor has failed to honor?
Evidence of requisition is there.
You have it? Okay.
As an annexure. Not the governor has failed. The evidence of requisition.
Which particular month in issue?
It was in the month of June.
Has he subsequently been able to remit?
No.
How does the county assembly operate?
County assembly has borrowed.
Yes?
Yes. It has gone without the funds for that financial year. 70 million is still in the balance.
How is the county assembly operating currently?
That one is a question for the clerk.
No, you are the witness.
I'm not the clerk of the assembly.
You are the witness.
Operations of the county assembly are done by the clerk.
And I'm asking, Mr.
Yes.
Witness.
As a witness, I know this money was not remitted. On the operations of the assembly, I cannot talk about it because it's not my role.
So you do not know how it is operating, yes?
It's not my role to know that.
You do not know how you people are currently operating, yes?
The operations are done by the clerk of the county assembly. He's the accounting officer.
So is it your evidence that you cannot currently testify how you are operating financially?
My evidence here shows that 70 million was not remitted and is still not remitted. The issue of other operations...
I am not within the 70 million now. I have asked you about the current status of the county assembly.
Honorable Chair, am I in...
Council, I think the witness is saying he may not tell you issues of finance and accounting because that is something that is done by the clerk.
Okay.
Who is the accounting officer.
I will allow his inability to explain. Move with me to ground L of your motion.
Pardon?
L.
L.
Move faster to page 6.
Are you there?
That's at page 6.
Yes, I'm page 6. L.
Yes, but before I go to L, let's deal with H. You are accusing the governor of having failed to establish an audit committee.
And council, the timekeeper says you have 5 minutes.
Yes. You're accusing him of having failed to establish an audit committee for the county. Yes?
Yes.
Who is responsible of establishing these committees? Between the governor and the CEC and the treasury, who is responsible?
The CEC.
The CEC.
Yes.
We now move to the question of disaster and the fund that you spoke about. Remember?
Yes.
You You're accusing the governor of having failed to deal effectively with the emergency funds, yes?
In I.
In I?
Yes.
What is the accusation?
The governor has never has never bothered to seek approval of payment out of emergency fund.
Where have you created these funds? Under the county, under the PFMA, or under the Wajir County emergency funds?
These are under county disaster management.
Under which regime? The county legislation or the national legislation?
County legislation.
County legislation.
Yes.
I want you to lead us in your notice of motion where you have specifically charged the governor with the violation of the Wajir County Emergency Funds Act. In your motion, you have it.
I have county emergency funds.
Yes.
It's captured in my budget.
No, not asking the budget. I'm asking you to lead us in your motion where you have specifically charged the governor of that violation. You might want to look at the heading of your violations. Are you there?
Yes.
Page 1. Is it page 1?
Gross violation of constitution.
Yes. How many laws have
County
you
Government
listed?
Act.
How many statutes have you listed as having been violated by the governor?
There's the Constitution of Kenya.
Yes.
County Government Act.
Yes.
Public procurement and public finance.
Is there any allegation of the violation of this act?
Through public
Is
finance.
there any violation of the Wajir County Disaster Management Act by the governor? Is there that clear allegation?
Yeah, it's in my acquisition. The governor.
I'm asking what you have cited, the basis, the grounds. Is there anything like that?
Emergency fund is captured also in the PFM Act.
Witness.
Yes.
I have 5 minutes to conclude. Leaders, do you have that specific violation? Remember, the question of violation must be specific.
Yeah, it's specific on Public Finance Management Act.
You have it.
Public Finance Management Act.
Okay.
Yes.
This act, I put it to you that you never charged the governor for violation of this act. Yes?
On Public Finance Management Act?
No. Wajir County Disaster Management Act, where this fund is created.
No.
Good. Now, you are saying that he never sought approvals. Yes?
Yes.
Which financial year?
For financial years 18, 19, 19, 20.
Yes?
Yes.
Has this act undergone amendments?
Yes.
When was it amended?
In financial year
Which specific date was the act amended?
1920.
Are you aware that it was amended on the 14th of May 2020?
Yes.
Previously, before the amendments, was there a requirement to seek approval from the county assembly?
Yes, through the PFM Act.
No, I'm asking this act. Wachana maneno ya PFMA. I'll come to that.
Council, if you're telling me to disregard, you know, laws, PFM Act is bigger than the Wajir Disaster Management Act. Do you know that?
You'll have another day to discuss the law,
yes.
not today.
So that is your
I'm asking
field.
that specific question. Previously, was there any requirement?
We
of
were
that
following the PFM Act by then.
Was there any requirement? Yes or no?
In the PFM Act, yes, there's a requirement.
Okay. But not under this act?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have also accused the governor...
Council, you can turn your eye to the timekeeper
Just give me
there.
2-3 more minutes, I think.
Timekeeper.
I'll wait up.
I think council.
I will light up, I know.
You must ask your last question.
Yes.
That
I
should
want
be your
to
last
ask you
question.
about the question of the relationship about the first lady, yes? You
Yes.
said that she's the one who runs the show.
Yes.
And that she has been attending your meetings, yes?
Yes.
Do you have any minutes to confirm that position?
I said,
Do you not? I'm asking you.
I told the House,
do you not?
I told the committee about the nature of the meetings.
I'm asking you, do you have minutes
Kamukunji
confirming?
meetings don't have.
They don't have minutes.
Yes.
When she became the first lady of the
I
Council
say,
of Wajir,
Council, I say that
This is
was
the
your...
this is the last one. This is the last one. When she became the first lady of the county of Wajir, was her right to liberty altered?
No.
What of the association?
Pardon?
What of the right to association, was it ever furthered?
No.
Good.
Thank you. Any re-examination, senior counsel?
Yes, I'll take less than 3-4 minutes.
Thank you.
Just clarification.
Timekeeper, mark my time there, not
Yes.
more than 4 minutes.
No, I will be. Now, Mr. Isaac, look at page 6 of your of your document. Are you there?
Page 6, yes.
Look at paragraph J.
Page 6 of my witness statement, or
No, but of this document.
Oh,
The bundle, look at page 6.
yes, page 6.
Have you, in your petition before the county assembly, have you brought out the issue of the Wajir County Disaster Management Act in paragraph J?
In paragraph J, the section 19 of Wajir County.
No, just answer the question.
Yes.
Now let's move to the next one. My learned friend also, my learned friend Yamode referred you to your paragraph 61 in relation to the judgment involving Jeff Moria.
Yes.
Look at page 13 of your
Page
bundle.
13 of my. Yes.
Look at Roman 3.
Yes.
Have you pleaded Jeff Moria's case?
Yes.
And have you said that he was convicted and sentenced to pay 800,000 shillings?
Yes.
Now let me take you very quickly to just one or two issues for clarification. Now look at paragraph 9 of your witness statement. Paragraph 9 of your witness statement.
Yes.
This public participation, it was published in which newspaper?
It was published in Standard newspaper.
Chairman, that issue didn't arise. It didn't arise. We asked does it state which newspaper? And he said it doesn't. So now he is testifying afresh that it was published in the Standard, and that didn't arise from cross-examination.
Listen to me, it arose.
He asked me.
I think you asked a question about this advert at page 20. So I think what senior counsel is trying is to clarify the issues that arose.
Yes, I just want the witness to explain local daily. What does local daily mean? Which local daily are you referring to?
It was in Standard newspaper.
So why don't you say it?
Yes.
Can we go to paragraph 16 of your witness statement?
16.
Yes, the last sentence, the last 3 lines, the one that starts with the governor as the oversight authority of the county. What do you mean?
He's the chief executive officer of the county.
Yes. Lastly, you have referred to this County Government Act variously.
Yes.
You also referred to section 30 of that act.
Yes.
Do you have a copy of that?
No.
Just one.
Functions and responsibilities of a governor.
Yes. Yes, it says functions and responsibilities of a county governor.
Yes.
And it lists all those.
Yes.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
So is it your understanding that any failure pursuant to section 40, whether it is committed by any person under him, he is fully responsible?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Isaac. You are now released. Okay, I believe, Senior Counsel, that was your star witness.
No, that was my first witness.
We have done close to 2 hours.
Huh?
We have done close to 2 hours on that witness.
Yes, because when two lawyers for the same client take turns, it takes long.
We take the next one, and we give you, for the remaining 2 witnesses, you divide time, try and see if you can do it within 1 hour.
Actually,
30 minutes. Because it's 5 o'clock. It's actually 5 to 5. So we give you 1 hour, 30 minutes to sum up. But sorry, before the witness is released, any senator have issues, clarification? Then please, you may resume your, you may go back to the witness doc. Sorry for that omission. Yeah, you just go back to the dispatch. If senators have any questions on any matter they want to be clarified, you can respond to them. Less than 2 minutes each. Yeah, we'll start with Senator Petronila Were.
Thank you, Chair. I will actually just take 2 minutes since ours is to listen and examine later. But I need clarification on the first issue was the letter from the County Assembly to the Governor on the issue of State of County address.
Yes.
Did you get a response from the Governor? You did
No.
not? Then secondly, when you talk about payment of bales of ugali, do you mean ugali, the food, or flour, or maize?
The maize flour.
Okay.
I refer to maize flour.
Then does the County Assembly have, or the County General have, a threshold on public participation? Is there some policy on public participation that you have, or that you follow within the county? What guides you in public participation? And then you also need to tell us, on the local daily, you say use the standard newspapers. You didn't tell us which page, so we can make reference. Thank you.
I think you have clarified the first two. You just talk about the last one. Standard of public participation.
On standard newspaper. On the issue of
standard of public participation. Is it just an advert in the newspaper, or you also employ other?
There are many forms of public participation we do, and I told the council earlier that we had other form of public participation. We had 3 members of the County Assembly of Wajir going to a radio station, a local FM. It's not captured here, but we have the clips and everything of the 3 honorable members going to Wajir FM, and the submissions here of the newspaper was on standard newspaper. I don't have the page now, but I can still get you the page.
Okay, very well. I think Senator, that's well clarified. Senator Linturi.
Chairman, very fast. On that aspect of public participation,
yes.
When I start with,
yes.
So when you did put an advert inviting people to participate or to give their views on whether the governor should be impeached or not, how many participants did you get? How many responded to that advert?
We received several memorandums.
Several is not a number.
We received like 4 memorandums.
4?
Yes.
4 or against?
The memorandums were against. Yes.
Secondly, then you also alluded
against. Pardon, can you against the question you asked, for or against what? The impeachment or?
Yeah, those were in support or against. That's
what I meant. The 4 were in support of the removal of the governor.
The 4 of them.
Yes.
Out of the 7.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, you alluded to the fact that in most instances, the governor is always accompanied in the meetings that is hand with the MCAs by the wife. Now, where are these meetings generally held? In his house, the county assembly chamber, or where?
They are held in hotels in his house. Yeah.
It's an hotel and his house?
Yes.
Okay. Finally, Chairman, can you generally be able to explain very briefly on how tenders are given in the county government? And this is because I have read your annexure in 229, and this is completely in reference to a tender that was made. So when we are bringing this allegation, is this out of the influence by the governor relating to the process of a tender, or just wakes up and tells his people do or give company MBC the work to do?
Honorable Senator, sorry for interruption, but I can't hear you well. The mic there is a bit...
What he's asking is
Yes.
on the tenders.
Yes. On
When
which
the-
page?
When you allege that
Yeah.
the governor directs who should be given a tender,
Yes.
does that emanate from a process of tendering, or he violates all laws and just directs that give company X the tender?
On which on which page of my
No, that's
witness?
a general question.
Oh, general question.
Yeah.
The issue that
Does
I was
it
bringing...
arise from the normal tendering process, or he personally ignores the law and directs who should be given a tender?
The normal tendering process are actually not followed. You see, for example, in applying for a tender, the governor and his people, what they do is 4 or 5 companies from the same individual apply for the same tender. So already one is already known. So when you use 4 companies from the same what do you call it, the same applicant, you have one of the companies becomes the lowest bidder. So there's no competition there. It's not clear. Also, the issue of tendering, we were talking about the split projects. Most of the projects, if you have seen in the report by the CEC Finance, most of the projects that are there are split projects that are less than 4 million. Those projects are can easily be manipulated. For example, it doesn't require tendering, it's a quotation. We have a 2 billion pending bill here that is almost all of it split projects. So those ones can easily be manipulated. They are given at the discretion of the chief officer because they are not advertised. A project that is worth 3.9 can be given by the chief officer. He has that authority.
Okay, very well. You are well answered. Thank you. I'm told there's a problem with our audio system. Is it fixed or is it okay now? Is the system okay now? Just hold on for 2 minutes as we try to fix our sound system.
One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two.
The meeting. The invitations are done by the governor, but the meeting is done by, the chairing is done by the first lady.
In the governor's house.
In the governor's house, in the hotels, yes.
But in the governor's house, you expect the first lady to be there. The other one is, The other one is, when you say that when the governor are tendering the tenders, he does it with his people. Who are these his people? Who are these people you are calling his people?
There are web of companies that have been listed by my colleague Honorable Shoaib, who will clearly demonstrate to you the number of companies that are tendered, that the governor uses, the number of proxies that the governor uses. So I don't have the chart here, but it will clearly be explained by my colleague.
Okay, yes. Very well. Thank you, Senator. Senator Algura. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like to get some clarification on the issue of these tenderings, where we have tender. Please speak to the mic, Senator. Yeah, there's this tender number, basically the tender on supply of food, of relief food, which you said tender awarded to Lely Construction Company, which is associated with the governor and his family. Do you have that evidence of association?
Yes.
Actually, they are members, directors of the company?
Yes.
And is it provided anywhere in the document?
It's provided in the affidavit of my colleague Honorable Shoaib. Okay. Yes.
Then the approved budget, which you said that the 4 dams have not been factored in. Do you have a copy of that project?
We have the copy of the budget that was approved by the Assembly,
which is where?
2021-22 is in page.
Yes, in page.
Yes, I mean it's. It's in page, in my motion that I supplied the Senate, it's in Annexure D, it's in Annexure E.
That is at page what? Senator wants to know, it's at page what? Council, you can help your client to pick out the page.
Page 320, page 320.
320. Senator, are you good?
If you go to page 320, Department of Water. Honorable Shoaib.
Okay, very well.
He will come and give out the...
That's clear, that's clear. Senator Uta.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to ask the witness when he said that they normally have what we call informal meeting where the First Lady has alleged to have privilege of taking as an executive, whether this such a meeting which we refer as Kamkunji here, do they normally get a memo? Is it from the speaker or from the governor? Because here we have Kamkunji where normally, you know, we get a memo from the speaker, and therefore we will retreat to have a meeting which is not what we call formal.
Honorable Senator, I can see the issue of meeting with the First Lady has taken over the whole issue. The major issue I wanted to bring out here is not only, I was talking about the assembly side, but the First Lady is implicated in almost all dealings of the county government. And that one will be clearly explained by my colleague. But the issue that I wanted to bring out is her involvement in other sectors of the county. For example, the issue of the Department of Finance, their dealings and the payments that are made by the Department of Finance. If you closely look at it, you'll find that those companies that are paid are mostly in relation to the First Lady. So, and the issue of the meeting was just from the side of the Assembly, but the dealings that the First Lady has with the county government, as explained, as said by my counsel, has tentacles through every part of the every department of the county government. So that one will be brought clearly by the signed affidavit by my colleague.
Okay, thank you. I think that is it. You are now released. We can take the next witness.
Chairman, I just want to give you a clarification. I know time is not on our side in terms of the witnesses we have and those we have to go. But today is the last day of Ramadan.
Yes.
And tomorrow is Eid. So I just want to get you a direction. When do we break? Because actually, if it was any other day, I would not have mind proceeding. But being the last day, there are certain special feelings one gets, you know. So I was of the view that I think we should break at 6.
Are you able to manage your witnesses up to 6?
Not witness, maybe not all of them, just one of them.
Because we must conclude your case today, Council.
How early can we see tomorrow?
I don't know. The Muslims said they want us to begin.
We said tomorrow because we prayers we sit at 10.
Then how late can we sit tomorrow, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman? How late can we sit tomorrow? Because tomorrow we can sit as late as the rules allow.
So today you want us to break at 6?
At 6, yes.
Okay, I don't know. We'll consult and come back to you.
I think what I can do is let me lead the witness examination in chief. Then we stop. Then my learned friend can take tomorrow when we start for the examination.
I'll have to consult because, you know, we need to try and have this concluded tomorrow. Councillor Nyamodi, how many witnesses are you calling?
We're calling
6.
Altogether.
And you estimate each to take how long?
They are not long witnesses. They are coming to make response to technical issues.
Yeah.
But perhaps I just want to add my voice to Learned Senior's request. There is one witness he has, which I am unable to cross-examine today. And the reason I'm unable to cross-examine him, his statement we have only just received, and the additional information has only just come. So I also would request that if that is the witness, he can be led in chief, and I start with his cross, and I promise to be straight to the point tomorrow morning.
Let me see by indication. How long will you need for your 6 witnesses each?
About 30 minutes
each. So that's a total of 3 hours.
On average 30 minutes. There are some who may be shorter.
Okay. Senior Counsel Nasir, your cross-examination?
his witnesses. I think they are addressing technical issues.
So you'll take like how
Of
long
law. I will maybe 10 minutes.
for cross-examination?
Yes.
So that gives us 4 hours. Yeah, we will give you 30 each, 3 hours. Then senior counsel cross-examination 1 hour, so about 4 hours. Okay. Okay. Let's see how far we can go. You can call your witness.
Yes, Your Honor, I will call Honorable Shoaib Barre Ahmed.
So, Senior Counsel Ahmed Nasir,
Yes, Your Honor.
you had wanted us to start earlier than 10 tomorrow.
I will be guided by there's a senator here who's
But anyway, the senators who are Muslims had expressed their wish that we start at 10. So I think the only thing you can do is to help us with time management tomorrow. You limit your cross-examination and you make your witnesses brief. Prepare them on the pages you want them to cite so that we move faster.
So, okay.
Yeah.
We will do our part.
You'll do your part, eh? Okay. That's a professional undertaking.
Yes.
That's a professional undertaking. Okay.
I'm not senior counsel, but yes, professional undertaking.
Okay. Senator Linturi.
Or probably for purposes of maintaining time, managing time, if the witnesses were to adopt their statements and then they are cross-examined, we will save a lot of time if they so elect.
Yeah, so there is even another request, if you can, they can adopt their statements, then they go direct to cross-examination. Those you think are really technical.
Yeah, that rule, Chair, could be applicable only with only one exception to one witness.
Only one
a
exception.
bit technical.
Okay.
Yes.
I think you are respected counsels. I want to trust your word that you'll try and make it easier for us so that we're able to conclude tomorrow. Yeah, and we also need to accommodate our Muslim brothers who need to leave at 6. Yeah? Okay? So, we proceed?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Bismillah. I, Shoaib Barre Ahmed, do solemnly swear that the evidence I shall give before this special committee in respect of the matters before the committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
We're looking at CS7. Yes.
Okay, senators, you have CA7? We are together? Okay, we can proceed.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ahmed, briefly introduce yourself to the committee.
Chair, my name is Shoaib Barre Ahmed, the MCA for Deep Ward, and the Chair for Roads, Transport and Infrastructure Committee in the County Assembly. I am the seconder of this motion for the impeachment of the Governor of Wajir County before this Honorable Senate Committee.
Now, your affidavit, I see, is about Your affidavit is 27 paragraphs, but you basically talk about the second lady. Can you capture for the members the main features of your complaint against the first lady?
Basically, my evidence is revolving around the first family, and specifically the first lady, and at times it comes to even the governor himself, because of the misdealings in the county. I might say it is impunity of the highest order being practiced there. A chair, I'm on oath, other than the statement and the affidavit deponed here. Whatever I say is to the truth on the best of my knowledge, Mr. Chairman. So, the misdealings in Wajir County have reached a point that as members we could not take it anymore. Our constitutional mandate provides us now for oversight role to take the next step forward. Chair, there are a lot of investigative agencies in this country that have taken steps at least to bring order and sanity to Wajir County. We have the EACC that have done a lot of raids in Wajir County. Although that is not in my affidavit, but in the news and everywhere, over 6 times the county headquarters of Wajir County has been raided because of malpractices, because of corruption issues. So we found it necessary now, as members of the county assembly, performing a constitutional duty to carry out an impeachment process. That is why I'm here today.
So explain the main complaints you put in your affidavit in terms of corruption, in terms of all these issues as it relates to the first lady.
In my affidavit, paragraph 5, you say that the governor has allowed his wife literally to run the county affairs as a de facto authority. Why do I say so? Because, you know, devolution has come up with a lot of good things for Wajir County specifically. Because we never had a lot of resources coming to our people. So we expected at least life to change by bringing in developments, especially the water sector, the roads, the health. And those ones now, the government does not do it specifically on itself. It contracts people to do development projects. So, others are advertised, others are given through quotations. It has come to a point where, for you now, as a supplier, as a contractor, to secure a job in the county government of Wajir, you must be able first to part with money for you to get that contract. Then you go and do that project. After you do the project, you come for payment. You again have to part again with a bribe. It is called 10% in Wajir of any project that you do. When you do prior to getting the tender, and when you do after. Once again now, for you to be paid, it becomes a very big problem. So, and what I said with the first lady, we have issues where she has taken bribes and money being deposited into accounts. For instance, in paragraph number 7, if you look at it, on the 9th of October 2017, a sum of Kenya shilling 6 million was deposited in an account ending with 7550. I'll take you to my second affidavit today. I'm sorry it's not paginated, but I think everybody has that. That is a statement of the account of Khaira Omar Malim. On October 9th, a sum of Kenya shillings 6 million was deposited in the account. That is a straight bribe, a kickback. On the 11th of 2017, the sum of Kenya shillings 2,600,000. That is also reflected in the account statement. And again, on the 27th of October, a sum of 4,600,000 shillings with the account of Khaira ending with 7550. Further, according to our investigations, as oversight body. Okay.
The document referred to as being a bank statement from the face value does not appear to be a bank statement, because what I have here is a copy that has a stamp of Ethics and Corruption Commission. It doesn't have any face of a bank. I don't know what it is. I would rather get to understand it. We are looking at the same or the right document.
Council for Governor, any comment?
Chairman, thank you. Those are some of the issues that we were going to take up in cross-examination. It is at face value not a bank statement. The person who seeks to produce it as a bank statement doesn't state where it comes from which bank it comes from, and that formed the substance of our objection earlier on. But if the committee wishes to entertain it as what the witness says it is, that's up to the committee. But we have certain stringent objections, and we want to test this evidence by cross-examination, hence my request to reserve my cross until tomorrow.
I think you have had the issue raised by Senator Linturi, and the burden is on the County Assembly to convince this committee that this is indeed a bank statement. So proceed, bearing that in mind.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. You will answer those questions, but continue now.
Okay. On the 11th of November 2017, that is on paragraph 11 of my affidavit, Osman Abdi Jimali, whom I'm going to talk about in more, deposited also a sum of Kenya shillings 1 million into Khaira Omar's bank account ending with 7550. Your Chairman, on the 18th of December 2017, Omar Abdullahi, who is a contractor and a director of a company named as FATCO, deposited a bribe of Kenyan shillings, 9 million shillings, into the account of Khaira Omar for him to get a tender for construction of a 60 cubic meter water plant at Shimbiri. That is also shown in the statement that I have. Chair, we also have proxy companies. Before I go to that also, we also have on the following deposit, that's on paragraph number 12, the following deposits were made by one Isa, Abdulrazak Isa, to Khaira's account on the 15th December, a sum of 625,000 shillings. On the 1st of March 2019, the sum of 800,000 shillings. On the 6th of April 2019, the sum of Kenya shillings 900,000 was deposited in the account. On the 25th of May 2019, the sum of Kenya shillings 800,000 was deposited into account. And on the 7th of November 2019, sum of Kenya shillings 900,000 was deposited. Again, on the 28th of November 2019, the sum of Kenya shillings 900,000 was deposited in an account. The total amount of money that came from Abdulrazak Issa and deposited into the account of Haida is 4,925,000. Chairman.
Now, Chair, with your kind permission, just seeking your guidance as to whether or not it would be prudent for us to ascertain the authenticity of this document before the witness testifies on it, so that the document itself, if relied and goes on record, then it turns out that the document is unreliable and inadmissible. Where shall we be leaving, one, the character of the person being referred to here? And of course, when I address the question of the character, Chair, I'm alive to the fact of the Article 28, which provides that everybody has a right to have that, to have dignity, and that dignity upheld and respected. If all this goes on record and the authenticity of these documents stands out to be questionable, where shall we leave the right of Article 28 of the person being referred to? Much obliged.
Yes, Council, your sentiments are noted, and as your leading counsel, Nyamodi, pointed out, once you do cross-examination, then as a committee we will know the kind of weight to accord this particular document. But as I said, the burden is on the County Assembly to convince this committee that this indeed is a bank statement. I said bear in mind that burden. Proceed.
Chairman, I think what my learned colleague is saying is slightly broader than what I had said. He's saying that there are allegations here being made about people, and the basis of the allegation is what purport to be bank statements, and those bank statements have not been authenticated. And the question he asks is that this witness will lead testimony, and we know that this is a political process. The information will be out there. What then will be done to heal any damage that will have been done by the admission of whatever these documents purport to be?
Mr. Chairman, can I express myself, because I think my learned friend wants to have both ways. They elect not to call these witnesses.
Yes, Counsel.
Yes,
Senior Counsel.
Mr. Chairman, my learned friends want to, I mean, they're pontificating. They put themselves on a certain pedestal, then they want to lecture us on this. Mr. Chairman, as I said this morning, Khaira is the most pivotal witness in these proceedings. Everything rotates around her. She is the center of gravity. She is the fulcrum about all these things. This committee, in its wisdom, said that you will not call her. But everything, every allegations on this matter touches her. Now that she is not being called, either voluntarily or involuntarily, they can't come and say that, you know, every time there is human dignity, there is this. At the right time, we will address the legal issue that comes out of this. It's very simple. It's for us to show this committee persuasively that this is a proper document that is admissible in law.
Chairman, perhaps let me make a suggestion that will perhaps advance this matter, and that suggestion is this. The proceedings of this committee are serious proceedings, and the proceedings of this committee enjoy the privilege that proceedings before this House enjoy. If, Chairman, and this is my suggestion, if this committee finds that the documents that purport to be bank statements are not authentic, then I urge the committee to restrict that privilege so that appropriate action can be taken against those who bring documents such as this and seek to abuse the privilege of this House. That is the recommendation that I urge that you make. If they cannot authenticate these documents, then let them face the full face of the law. This is not a game. It is a very serious affair.
As I've said, finally, as we conclude, this committee will look at the veracity and authenticity of this document. So that there will be a pronouncement on what weight to accord this document. So for now, let's proceed.
Now, when you have looked into all these witness, when you have looked into these bank statements, I can see there's an attachment on that affidavit, the last document. Can you explain that last document to the committee?
Oh, the photograph.
Yes.
I get this one.
Yes, yes.
Oh.
Is it an attempt to create a nexus between all these companies and money and Thaira?
Yes.
Explain briefly what it means.
Hopefully, everybody does it. Here, at the top is the National Treasury, where we receive money from the Exchequer. Then it trickles down to the county treasury that is based in Wajir. From there now, we have the suppliers or the contractors who have been awarded contracts are now being paid. Here I have got one director by the names of Osman Abdi Jimali, who has 7 companies. He is a man whom I said in my affidavit is an associate or runs proxy companies for the governor and his wife. He is paid a total of 305,447,589 shillings. That is just one director. A single release from Treasury, he can be paid 5 to 6 companies. When in 2017, at the start of this, the administration of this county government now, we have suppliers who have not been paid for a project of 1 million Kenya shillings. So you can ask yourself, what is the relation? How connected is this person for him to be paid 305 million shillings when a supplier from 2016 or even 2015 from the previous administration could not even be paid 1 million shillings? Number 2, is another director who owns 4 companies: Ajwa Construction, Blue Valley Investments, Triple Isa, Sabahu Investments. He is a boy who runs errands. Because I know, and I'm from the county government, from Wajir County. He runs errands for the first family. We also call him 10% because he's the collector of that. He's the man who deposits money into the accounts of Khaira, as I said before. His companies are not even 2 years old for it to be given such projects. But because of the connection and the proxy companies that he runs for, he is paid 110 million shillings. In one single release, if I may refer you to pages 40 and 41. Pages 40 and 41. This contractor was paid 13 times, a single director. From a release of 199 million shillings, is paid 45 million Kenyan shillings. When we have over 1,000 suppliers in Wajir. Pages 41, pages 40A and 41. If I may go through, the companies are Blue Valley Investments, paid 2.6 million, 63,000. Blue Valley Investments, 2,846,597. Blue Valley Investments, 3,120,000. Blue Valley Investments, 3,122,000. Come down, Sabaho Construction, 3,213,000. Triple Isa, 3,213,000. Ajwa Construction Company Limited, 3,305,000. Ajwa Construction again, 3,382,000. Ajwa again, 3,397,000. Sabaho again, 3,489,000. Blue Valley Investments, 3 million. You come down again to Ajwa, another Ajwa. On page 41. Sabao Construction Limited, 3,489,000. Then, if you go to page page 34, page 35, you'll find the CR Tolof for Triple Isa. The director is Abdirazak Isa Mohammed. You go to page 36, it is Blue Valley Investment. The director is Abdirazak Isa Mohammed.
And can you tell the committee when those companies were registered?
Those companies were registered and on page 37.
No,
page,
look at 35, page 35.
Page 35. Yes. It was registered on 14th August 2019.
And page 35?
Page 35 was registered 1st August 2019.
37.
And page 37, 22nd July 2019.
Now let me just put you one question. Look at this company called Fatco Company Limited.
Yes.
Fatco. There is some company Fatco. Is it? Yes, yes. Now that you say that company, you say you say Omar Abdullahi owns the above company. A bribe amounting to 9 million was paid to Khaira, and there is the diagram showing.
Yes.
Where is that? How do you know that it is Omar that paid this 9 million?
Excuse me.
How will you tell the court? I mean, tell the committee how you make that conclusion that 9 million was paid by Omar?
From the time you just look at the dates that contract was being advertised, and the date that deposit was made into the account of Khaira, you correlate. Again, what I know is an active file at the AACC now of Fatco that's being investigated already.
So is it your testimony that you are saying that you look at the date when this was paid by the county government?
No, this kickback of 9 million was for him to be awarded the project, not after payment. It was a prior payment.
What of this was
what senior counsel has asked, how do you link the fact that the money was deposited in cash and the allegation that it came from Fatco? I think that's what senior counsel is asking you to explain to the committee.
Yes, I said the information I have.
From who?
I think it's privileged, Chairman.
Pardon?
I think I cannot disclose my.
You know that
my source.
That question has come from your lawyer, and you need to answer it to us, to our.
Just answer the best of your knowledge.
Okay, and there was complaints because this tender that Omar paid for the bribe, he was not the lowest bidder. We had two lowest bidders than him who could not get that project. So from our investigations, we came to know that it was because of the kickback that facilitated him to be given that project.
And is it your evidence now that...
Chairman, sorry to interject, Senior Counsel. Chairman, perhaps it would have been a lot neater if those explanations were included in the statement. Because those explanations are now being introduced to fill gaps in the statement. I'm not sure whether that is proceeding.
So was that in your statement anywhere?
Mr. Chairman,
what you are saying?
Mr. Chairman,
if you can clarify?
Excuse me?
Is what you are telling us in your statement?
Yes, it's my affidavit.
Which paragraph?
On 18th December, paragraph 11B.
11B?
Yes.
On 18th, Omar deposited...
On 18th of December 2017, Mr. Omar Abdullahi deposited a sum of 9 million to Ms. Khaira's bank, account ending with 7550. Mr. Omar Abdullahi is the director of one of the companies, many companies who have been awarded tenders by Wajir County government. This specific tender number WCG-T-393-2017-2018, was advertised on 16th November 2017 for the construction of a 60,000 meter cubic water plant at Timbiri in Wajir South.
Okay, Councillor Nyamodi, I think there's some explanation there.
The question that he was asked and where he is struggling to fill the gaps is how did he know this?
But Mr. Chairman, I think it's not the law, and it has never been, and I don't think it will ever be, that a witness can be shackled by the witness statement he gives. He can expound on it. That's the law. There's nothing that stops him to give more evidence from the witness's stand.
I think Councillor Nyamodi, to me, he says that on 18th December, Mr. Omar Abdullahi deposited 9 million into Hera's bank account. So you can also test the veracity of that statement when you cross-examine.
Very well,
the allegation is made, it's there.
If he could be so kind to answer then the question that his own advocate asked him of how he knew.
Proceed.
Yes, now there's a lot of other evidence you give in relation to this matter. Look at paragraphs 14 and 15 of your witness statement.
Yes.
Yes, explain what you mean. Paragraph 14 and 15 and 16.
Sometimes in mid-January 2018,
yes,
after the governor exhausted his budget, he instructed the former CEC Finance to use a substantial portion of his department's budget for purposes of purchasing a motor vehicle, Land Cruiser, for the governor. Advertisement was placed.
Will you allow me to interject just one for the last time, and I seek your guidance. The witness, when he took the stand, took oath. The kind of the nature of the document that we are having here is a statutory deponent. So we are having two situations whereby a witness has taken oath, provide a statutory declaration. He has taken oath while at the stand. So we will be left and will be at a loss to know exactly how we shall test the veracity. And that is why it would have been prudent for a witness who has taken oath through an affidavit, just adopts it, and then is put to cross-examination. The witness who has not taken oath and has just done a mere statement, then can be taken through the process of examination in chief for purposes of having some tidy work.
But I think now that we are where we are, let's proceed where we are proceeding, so that we finish. Proceed, Council.
Okay.
Yes, explain, continue explain.
Yes.
Paragraph 14, 15, 16, and 17. And do it quickly, please.
But you know, Chair, if I'm interjected a lot, I will also lose. So I also request to be given some time at least to explain myself.
Just try. They say you should, you should scale the stairs and chew gum at the same time. So just try. They also have the interest of their clients, so they want to be sure that what we are doing will not be prejudicial to their client. But just try. Try to bear with the situation.
Okay. Let me go back. Sometimes in mid-January 2018, after the government exhausted his budget, he instructed the former CEC Finance to use a substantial portion of his department's budget.
Without reading, just explain what is the issue in paragraph 14, 15, 16, and 17.
We will be able to read the affidavit.
Just explain.
Yes, but you can make a small explanation. We'll be able to read through.
Okay, it is that the governor and his wife gave orders that they needed a vehicle, but they didn't have the budget. So the CEC Finance was forced to do it. But he said, no, I don't have. But because of the powers vested the executive powers vested with the governor, he went ahead and instructed the Department of Procurement to make the advertisements, but there was a protest by the CEC that is an irregular process. But eventually a vehicle was bought, KCQ 004U, a Toyota Land Cruiser.
So what's the problem? If they buy that Land Cruiser, what's the point of making?
The point I'm making is that the purchase of the vehicle was unilateral, irregular, and had not gone through the normal process of budgeting and approval.
And how much it will cost?
The vehicle, the amount that money was used was 26 million shillings. And on the 2nd of July, Dio Construction Company Limited was given a tender. And in that tender again, after payment of that money to Dio's account, on the 3rd of July, Dio Construction Limited transferred the sum of Kenya shillings 2,220,000 shillings to Mr. Yusuf Mohammed Abdi's account ending with 0967. And on the same day, Cosmos Cars Limited was paid a sum of Kenya shillings 14 million from Dio Construction Limited. Yeah, this matter is being investigated by the EACC, and the vehicle is still being held, as I know. The vehicle is being held pending investigations by the EACC. Yes. The complaint is that Arag Construction Limited is a company associated with the governor, and they have just been awarded a project, a ghost project of regulation of waterworks at Fadiwin. It's a project that has never been done. It doesn't even exist. It has not even been implemented, but money has been paid to the directors of that company, a sum of Kenya shillings 3,376,684. If you even go now to Fadiwin, is a location, there is no project of this type in that place. Haska Company Limited was also awarded to supply food to the county government. A sum of Kenya shillings 23,530,517 was paid to that company. And in Haska's account, that money was reflected. Then on the 29th of June 2019, Ms. Farhia Mohammed, the daughter of the governor, Wajir, was sent the sum of Kenya shillings 4,500,000 shillings. Yes, if you go to page 7 and 8, you'll find on the 29th Faria's bank statement a sum of Kenya shillings 4,500,000 shillings. Before we go to paragraph 23, paragraph 20, on the money paid to Dio for the motor vehicle, a sum of Kenya shillings 4 million was sent to Townsville Holdings Limited, and Townsville again sent back that money to Faria's account. That was on the 3rd of July. That is when Dio sent that money to Townsville Holdings Limited. Then on the 10th of September 2018, Townsville sent 4 million shillings to Faria's account. If you go to page 7, you'll find it.
Yes, Honorable Ahmed, I want you to conclude this matter, but is it, let me ask you, is it considering the contents of your affidavit Is it your evidence that any contract given in Wajir, the family of the governor, either himself, his wife, or his kids get a cut?
Yes.
And is it your evidence that these bank statements, both from the central bank account and these other banks, are testimony to that?
Yes.
Would you like to adapt your evidence and annex it as evidence in this committee?
For sure, yes.
Alarm friend can start.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Hamid. We still have about 5 minutes. Councillor Nyamodi, you requested you to reserve your cross-examination to tomorrow. Honorable Senators, we have 5 minutes. If you have any clarification before we adjourn at 6. Anybody who wants to seek a clarification? Senator Petronila Were.
Just one clarification. You said Arag Construction Company directors are associated with the governor. What relation is there between those directors and the governor? Since you are able to prove about the wife and the daughter Farhia, what about the directors of Arag Construction?
These are family relations, Chairman.
Where can we get that in your documents?
What?
That evidence of the relation, the way you are being asked.
Oh, I said they're associated, but I didn't specifically say. But I know when I say it is associated.
So you don't have any evidence on what we have before us? What we have before us?
No, I don't have the birth certificates to prove that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Oh, Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Chairman. This document that the witness is a bank statement. Does it mean that this document is from there? Or
yeah, that, you got the question?
Yes, I've got the question.
Can you answer?
Oh, the documents are stamped ACC, but these are copies. So I do not have the originals, but these are the copies I got.
She's asking if you get them from EACC.
No, I didn't get from ACC.
Senator Madam, are you satisfied with the answer? Yeah, she wants you to clarify how you got them, if you're able to explain.
I got from my source.
Okay, I think that's okay. We put it on record that you got them from a source.
Yes, Your Honor.
Senator Susan Kidika.
Chair, I hear the witness saying they got them from their source, but at the same time, I mean, like someone said, it's a really important. So for us to be able to give them property value with these documents, we kind of need some seriousness. First of all, there's not even an evidence. I don't, you have made it illegal, and how so if the only stamp there is that of the ACC, but you're also saying they didn't have to do it. I mean, it just seems, and forgive me, but it just seems very prejudicial to the other side. You cannot, in any manner, help us understand the other difference.
Cast on your document.
Yes.
It's upon
Can I consult my
It's upon you to convince the committee that these are authentic documents, even as you don't want to disclose your source. Senator Susan is raising some doubt. How do you convince her that you did not make these documents irrelevant?
I'm saying, can I consult a minute with my advocate?
Pardon me?
Can I consult my advocate, please?
You?
Unless he's suggesting.
Can we get some answer we can put on record?
Yeah.
Yes?
What do you say?
Can you get some answer for Senator Susan Kihika?
Currently, I'm not positive, but I will explain.
Okay, very well. Very well. Senator Nturi.
Chairman, because of this whether you have attached anywhere documents to demonstrate that such processes, especially in terms of documents who are involved in the evaluation of these tenders, and whether there is any letter to do, yes, there was that 60 million worth of, no, the 60,000 cubic millimeter of a dam, where you are laying 9 million shillings having been paid as a bribe, so that at least you can be able to check the documentation and see a flow. So maybe 9 million was paid, the handback was on this date, after the handback, 9 million was paid, and immediately after probably being paid, yeah, a letter of a one was given, something like that, at least to be able to create some flow, and which you can actually make influence and see whether the story being given here is a creation in the mind, or is actually something that is really supported by documentation. Because it's critical, we want justice for it.
Senator Mohammed, your response?
Chairman, you know, as the council and even the Honorable Senator said, it's a serious issue, and I know it's a serious issue because appearing before the Senate, of the committee of the Senate, with this motion of impeaching the governor is not a serious, it's not a small matter. At the same time, Chair, you also know it's not also going to be easy to get documents to prove such a case. So with me, I've done my part to bring these documents that I have and to prove to this honorable court under oath.
So you're not yet, you want to be a question because you're right? Okay. Honorable, sorry. Yes, Honorable Alagura.
Witness tell us whether it's aware whether it has been concluded or it's ongoing.
On this issue of FATCO, there is an active investigations going on, as far as I know.
Are you satisfied, Senator Algura? He says there are active investigations that are ongoing.
Yeah.
Are you satisfied with that answer?
Yeah, I'm satisfied.
Thank you. Honorable Gidiomi, Senator Gidiomi.
Thank you, Chair. We were told that the governor's wife has been chairing meetings in Wajir County government, but no substantiation has been brought to us. Can the witness say how the governor's wife has been chairing the meetings and give us proof that she actually shared the meeting?
Honorable Mohammed.
Thank you. It's an open secret. But proving is also another issue. Because by proving, I need to come with videos and photos to prove that she has been chairing such a meeting. With me now, I do not have. But if I have been, I will be given the opportunity to come back with it